Alrighty, tidy folkarinos. Back. Apparently, I took yesterday off. Woke up and I got up. I was like, I'm gonna go do that. No, we're not doing that. My back went all funny. That happens when you get old, man. Back in my day. Had a couple of things to set up, like my music. Bam. Got me a Manster in the freezer. Because when you get them from the grocery store, they use one of those open fridges, and they sit at the bottom, at the front, which ends up meaning they're not very cold. So bring it home, stick it in the freezer for a few minutes, we're good to go. I'd like to talk about, needs to be a little bit narrower, doesn't it? The sneezels. Okay. You can't make that smaller? You make it bigger, but that's as small as it goes. Okay. Okay. Anyway, I'd like to talk about a thing that just happened. That actually puts a teensy-tiny little smile on my face. And that is an update. OBS update. The software that I use to stream and or sometimes record things. Although the recording things doesn't... not nearly as good as if I just did it on the Canon and then imported the video. I'm sure somebody has probably seen that sometimes the video quality is not bad and sometimes it's pretty good. The pretty good is just recorded on the Canon into the SD card, high-speed data. The not terrible but not great is the Canon and or Logitech straight through USB. Laptop is USB 3. The Logitech, I believe, is USB 3. The Canon is USB 2. Even though it were purchased in like 2020. USB 3 was a well-established protocol at that point. So why Canon did not install a USB 3 chip, I have no idea. They have high-speed data already as it goes to the SD card. So why could you not do high-speed data to USB also? One of my minor gripes, I guess you'd say, with the Canon. If I were going to do it all again and I was making the money I was making, I'd go out and get a Fujifilm. For sure. Yeah, they're a little bit more pricey, but you get what you pay for. It would have all the fancy doodads and features and what have you that would be really handy doing this thing that I'm doing right now. Anyway, update to OBS, the streaming software. It popped up, I opened OBS, and it popped up, said, hey, there's an update available. Okay, what's in the update? If there's nothing in the update that either provides a functionality you wish you had, like added features, or fixes a bug that you are 100% aware you experience, there's no need to update. This whole culture of forced mandatory updates for all freaking devices on the planet is stupid. It's a major security risk. Updates should be handled at the end user's end. Seriously. And if you're worried about security, if the OEMs are actually worried about security, secure your own damn hardware. Let me do whatever I'm going to do with mine. If I want to run a 30-year-old OS, that's my choice. This whole mandatory, forced freaking updates on stuff. I have a Samsung. It's a low-end thing. About once a week, it shuts down for an update. Which we all know is bull, because the reports are coming out now, Samsung locking everybody's devices and stealing their data. Yeah. Apple got caught doing something like that not that long ago. What was it? Downclocking processors to save battery. Yeah, that's what you're interested in. Saving battery. No, what you're interested in is scamming people because you're a large corporation. That's what you do. I like what Louis Rossmann said in a recent video. We as consumers are merely obstacles between corporations and their money. That fits very well to the things these corporations tend to do, the actions they take. Like BMW, trying to say that, oh, we're going to install the hardware for the heated seats, but we're going to charge you for it. Monthly. Subscription to use your heated seats. Like, bro, I could stick a relay in there and put a switch on the dash. Done. You're going to put the hardware in the vehicle. It's available when I purchase it, because when I purchase it, that is now my vehicle. It's not your vehicle. I'm not, well, outside of leasing, I'm not leasing the vehicle from you. I'm not leasing the hardware. That's my hardware. I own it. I bought it. I paid for it. I own it. Not a corporation. But, you know, this Vice, kind of in the way. Mr. Vice, if you could, I don't know, move a little bit. We'll put this Vice here. Of course, now I'm going to whack my head on that sharp little bit right there. Probably going to be like right here. It's going to cut me. I can see it. I can taste it. I can taste it. Today, I'm just going to go ahead and put the I'm going to clean it up and put the transmission pan back on, because the only vehicle I currently have access to is my bike, the Civics in Idaho, at the van owner's house. Again, friend of a friend kind of thing. Not something I do for every customer. But I don't have a cabined vehicle, an enclosed vehicle. So, morning, Mr. Colin. How is it going? Just sitting here jibber-jabbing while my monster cools off. Talking about, I'm going to put that stupid bolt that they screwed up back in the transmission. And I'm going to use the van to go down to the junkyard and get a replacement bolt. And we'll just swap it out. I'll drive it down there, grab the bolt, come back up here, swap it out, easy peasy. Sick. Didn't know you were sick. You want the sympathy, or you want the ego? Sympathy. Oh, being sick, that sucks. I hate that. Ego. I don't actually get sick, generally speaking. I can count on two hands the number of times that I've been sick in my entire life. And, aw, poor pitiful mortal in your immune system. How adorable. There you go, you got both. One for free. Buy one, get one. That's how it goes. I don't know if you were here a second ago, but I was talking about OBS's update this morning. I open it up and and it's like, hey, there's an update, and only update devices if they provide an extra feature that you know you want, and there's nothing else in the update that's going to compromise your device's security, or it fixes a bug that you are experiencing and you know you're experiencing. It's like, oh yeah, in the change notes there's this, it addresses this bug. Okay, I will update for that. Those are the only two reasons you should ever apply a software update to anything. Period. And this one added YouTube Studio control panel. Okay. Yeah, garage door opener's in my pocket. Apparently I just whacked it. Oops. Oh. I need a better setup here. Really need to do that tank. Really need to do that engine. Really need to get the van done. I'll probably take the camera over there while I'm doing the front windows too. I think I want to do... What's today? Today's Wednesday. So I think I want to put the transmission pan back on today. Not going to put oil in it or drive it. We're going to let it sit overnight because it's quite cool, and Honda Bond requires 18 to 24 C to cure properly in the specified time. So put the transmission pan on, put that shitty bolt back in there. I've got a Healy coil at one hole. We'll take the camera down there for that. I do have the drill bit for it, the correct size, which is good. Bitty bitty good. Also, I was also thinking about, so yesterday, my back was all screwy, that's why I didn't end up streaming. I went and I grabbed the camera and the mic, just the Logitech and my microphone, and I took them into the room, and I hooked the mic up to the PC, and I was going to stream Satisfactory. What I was planning on doing was getting into my existing save and just kind of moving around, looking around at things a little bit. But every time Satisfactory puts out a new major update, so since update 3, this is before pipes. So since update 3, I think they added pipes in 4 or 5. I don't remember. Every new major update, I delete my save and I start a new one. Most of the time, that's because they've done some things to the world. Trees are going to respawn, where you previously had trees cut down, and baddies are going to respawn in the middle of your base, elements, etc., etc. And I'm like, I'd rather just deal with it like you normally would. You're going through an empty world and filling it up. But also, usually with major updates, they do a lot of visual changes. Update 8 is a change to Unreal Engine 5, 5.2, 5.3, 5.1, something like that. So they're changing the game engine, which changes a bunch of things, provides support for a bunch of different things, but also provides a bunch of visual changes over the previous version. I think we were on update or Unreal Engine 4. Anyway, I always go through but I would like to see, I've never actually gone through and checked the world with my old save after an update just to see what's different. And I think I'd like to do that. I know they did do some work to the Titan Forest. In the middle of Update 7, you got the big change to the Spire Coast, which completely ruined my energy production over there. Part of the reason I build sky bases, actually, is if you build sky bases, You don't have to worry about stuff popping up in the middle of your base. It's in the middle of the air. Who cares? But I didn't get to a point where I was building large, expensive sky bases in this save yet. So, and I'm trying to convince my roommate to play with me because I think it'd be fun. I think we'd have a good time. But we played one. There's one stream where we played a game together, and then I started my own solo save, and that's what I've been doing ever since. It was like 4 months ago or 5 months ago. Yeah, today I want to get the transmission pan on. Luckily, the threads on the bolt that they replaced are the same. It's the same threads, so I can helicoil that hole and put that bolt back in, and it'll be fine. I've got the transmission pan gasket sitting over there on the hood. I don't know if we'll be able to see it from here. Yeah, you can see it. Sitting over there on the hood in the sun because it will absorb infrared energy, which most people better know as heat. And it'll flatten out. I should have done that a couple days ago. But it's fine. If it doesn't straighten out in the next couple hours while I'm cleaning the pan and the bolts and doing the helicoil, it'll be 2 or 3 hours doing that probably. Just because I'm moving slower today. Oh! I don't think I've showed the stream. I got my business cards. Well, I don't know business cards. I don't know that this is a business. I don't know that I want it to be a business. I just got bills to pay, and I need to make money to do that. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab those. I didn't move the damn vise. Vise is in the way. Oh, boy. So, business card side 1. And the dumb bit, business card side 2. And it's not that I'm necessarily super proud of the it might be ugly but it runs thing, but graphic design is a pain in the ass. And I keep meaning to do a thing because I know a guy that does a thing, but I keep forgetting. So, I'm going to give him a call real quick. Meep. I don't know if he's on swing this week or regular. Let's find out. probably regular shift because he's not answering, and he works in a secure facility.
Your call.
So, try the work number.
Your message for.
Nope. It's not even turned on. So, my roommate's dad has a degree in graphic design. We're gonna see. It's been some years since he's done anything with it, because he works at a research facility, not doing anything with graphic design. But we're gonna see if he, if any of it's still in his head, and if he can't help me come up with like a logo or banner. That's the word. A banner for the channel there. And if I have to change the name, that'll be okay. It's fine. But I like But It Runs. Not only is it a joke that me and a couple of my friends always laugh at, but it kind of embodies the way I handle my personal stuff. Not how I do work for customers, obviously. So it's like customers looking from the outside in are going to be like, I don't want a guy that's just going to like not care about my car, but it runs. Because that's a thing people do. They make assumptions of things. But if you associate the name via good workmanship and quality service to the quality in the first place, you could call it Pee Pee Poo Poo Land and nobody would care. They'd laugh. They'd be like, haha, it's funny. Why is it called that? I don't know, it's funny. Sitting here thinking to myself, I should really get started. Just trying to find the motivation right now. But I do have a plank. A square. I have a square. An MDF square. Okay? This is a fancy square because it has lines on one side. And it's a square. And there's lines. Yeah, pee pee poo poo. Actually, have you ever gone around looking at just like funny business names or funny logos on the sides of stuff? Some of the plumbing guys are pretty funny. Sierra Vista, Arizona, there's a towing company called The Big Toe. I can't bend that far. I was gonna put my foot in the frame, but I can't bend that far. There we go, The Big Toe. Toe spelled T-O-E. I don't think they have a funny motto or what do you call that? Recognizable phrase that goes with a brand. It's motto, right? I really didn't park that van straight, did I? It ain't straight at all. It's a bit of a funny angle. Wonder how I did that. I know how I did that. I was going to angle it into the garage, and then I ended up pushing it out. That's exactly how I did that. You know, there's so many things that I have to do or want to do. Why are those off? I don't think it matters, but the lights are off. But all the things that I want to do, or need to do, require funding of some kind, which without a job currently, I don't have access to. Yeah, they do shit. These lights suck. You know what I need? 40,000 lumen lights. Just warehouse lights. One's designed for like 50-foot ceilings. On these 8-foot ceilings. That's what I need. Big sodium lights. You turn them on, and they just go for 5 minutes until they turn on. That's what I need. Turn them on, you can't even hear me in the stream. All you hear is from the ballast. I think what those are doing when you hear that is heating up the heating up the internals of the bulb. I think that's what that is. I could be wrong. Could just be the ballast needs to warm up for a second. Not sure. I can say, did I show you guys the camera mount plate thing that I made? The desktop? The thing that I was fighting with the printer for 2 weeks to get printed? Can't remember. Remind me, next time I'm in doing a game stream, and I'll try to get a shot of that. I think I was going to, and then before I started a stream, I just moved the camera over and looked at it just in OBS without a stream active, and I was just like, you can't really see what that is because I can't just like take it off. I screwed it down to my little nightstand thing, and just where it sits and how it is sitting is just, it's kind of a pain in the butt to get to screw and unscrew, because you're like laying down and reaching over yourself and doing that so that you don't drop the drill on it and break it. And I don't know, it's the way that it's easy to get to it is semi-awkward, and it's kind of annoying. But I think it's motivation time, and I go and I just get up and I do the stuff. Let's do the stuff! Ha! Ha! Pa. So, oh. Lettuce, tomato, and bring all of this stuff over there, over here, over there, blah 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 blah. Da, ba, 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 ba. Mr. Cable. I need like clippity clampity thing over here. So, I don't know that I actually told the stream. I did find bulbous. I hope I found bulbous for the climate control guy here. Not $35 a piece. It's a pack of 20 for $11, which, speaking of stuff, I forgot to bring the bolt that I took into my bedroom to look up. I thought it was going to take a long time to find it. It's weird. Sometimes you go to look for things and you can find them in 30 seconds. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, they got that, okay. Some people want this for it, some people want that, okay. Gotcha. Sometimes what you think should be very simple to find is impossible to find. Case in point. Got a guy who lives around the corner. Wants me to, whenever he's got the money to do it, he wants me to put, so he bought some taillights that are aftermarket Alteza taillights for his van. He's got a big Ford Econo line. And they have, so the factory taillights have two sockets, park, brake, turn, and reverse. The taillights he has on there now have 3 sockets. So he's still got the park, brake, turn, and reverse dual socket setup, and he's got a light housing that he's not even using. So he came over, brought the van over, not last week before last, and we took a look at it. I pulled the housing out, I pulled the sticker off, and I'm like, okay, well, it's that design. So I look at, did I just get I can't see the screen. So I pulled the socket out. There's a little sticker on it. I pulled the sticker off and see, okay, well, it's a 2-pin twisty style kind of socket. Put the bulb in, you turn it and lock it in place. Which a lot of automotive manufacturers use that. Whether it's good or bad is up to whoever's working on it. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything about that because I am ambivalent to it. It doesn't matter. It's fine. It works. Does a thing. It's infinitely better than having to disassemble a housing to get to a thing, of which those exist. So I figured out it's not park, brake, turn socket. Park, brake, turn socket has 3 tabs, locking tabs, and the reverse is the one with the 2. So on the top, there's a red indicator for a reverse socket. You can wire it to whatever you want to wire it. It's not going to be a reverse light if you don't wire it to the reverse light. That's not what I'm. It's weird that it's a second red socket that has the same socket design as the reverse light, as opposed to having the 3-pin from the park, brake, turn. That's kind of the point I'm trying to make. It's odd. They're cheap, knockoff aftermarket taillights. So whoever designed it would probably just copied and pasted one, stuck it up there. They had no idea what they were doing. They didn't care. They were just trying to get a thing out the door, right? So I was like, okay, well, that should be easy. We go and we find the connector, and we get a couple different colors of wire. Ideally, I find the same wire color that's on the vehicle factory for whatever lights he wants to use. He wants to put turn signals in it, so it's going to be brake, turn. So he's going to have reverse, park, brake, turn, brake, turn. because brake and turn are on the same filament. And separating them out would be a whole other ordeal that neither he nor I have the money for. It'd be an interesting project, for sure. But you'd have to go into the fuse box and separate some stuff and put some diodes in so that signals only go where you want them to go instead of going like Americans design them, willy-nilly everywhere. You hit the brake and it goes in the hazard switch. Thanks, GM. I can't turn my hazards on and hit the fucking brake pedal at the same time. If I'm hitting the brakes, people don't know that this vehicle is in distress. Great job. They still do that today. There are still GM vehicles today. Well, I don't know about today. 5 years ago. 5 years ago, there were still GM vehicles that you turn the freaking hazards on, and then you hit the brake, and the hazards stop flashing because they share the pin at the taillight. How hard is it to run 2 more wires? Well, I know how hard it is. It's GM. They're constantly in a state of not barely controlled bankruptcy. Because they make incredibly poor financial decisions. Like trying to buy every single automotive manufacturer on the planet. 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s. GM. And then, GM. They do things like, they come up with an idea for a really cool technology that would be immensely helpful to drivers. And it would save lives, actually. Funnily enough. It'd probably save a bunch of lives, actually. Funnily enough. And they're like, oh, we're going to release this in this model. And you're like, cool. It's going to be in the luxury model, right? Cadillac. So it's going to be in the Cadillac. And then after 2 generations, it'll find its way into the Camaros. It'll find its way into the higher packaged Malibus and Silverados and what have you. And after 3 or 4 generations, when the technology gets mature and it becomes cheap enough to manufacture whatever you need for it and install it in the vehicle, all of their vehicles will have it across all the lines. And what do? They give up on it. They walk away. I should look that up real quick, actually. Because what they were going to do, before I walk over to the PC, I'm not going to drag the mic and the camera over there because I'm just going to spend like a minute looking it up, so I don't want to drag it all over there and then drag it all back. It's kind of annoying. So what GM was going to do, and I'm going to go look it up here in a second after I explain the cool thing that really, really, really needs to exist, because it's just A, super cool, but B, a really good idea. Sorry, looking at my phone. So the idea was, and I don't know, I'm pretty sure they didn't implement it. I'm pretty sure they walked away because I haven't heard anything about it. And I'm pretty sure that if this thing existed, it'd be a big deal. So what they were going to do is they were going to put effectively the blue line from The Crew. There's another racing game that used it, but they were going to put a blue line on the windscreen overlaid on top of the road that you could toggle on and off for low visibility. Sorry. That's the other idea, the guy that I was trying to call. So, doing 4 things at once. My apologies. They're going to put a blue line on the road while you're driving. And they're going to use LiDAR and radar to figure out where the road was and project that on the windscreen. That would be fucking amazing. Could you imagine AR driving that actually gives you like AI predictability? Oh, the chance that this vehicle, from the way that it's moving, that you are going to collide with it, given your speed and their trajectory. Little red triangle. Brake, brake, brake. Flash a little brake on the windscreen or something. Or, so they've tried to do lane assist stuff in the past. And lane assist rarely works correctly. You'd be driving down the road in your own lane, and the thing detects something, and it starts screaming at you that you're not in your lane. You're like, I'm driving a straight line, man. But could you imagine if it did work correctly? Could you imagine if you're driving, right? And so they're doing this thing where they're installing cameras in the cabin to look at the driver, and they're like, oh, is this person falling asleep? What if you just have, squinty eyes? What if you're just a squinty-eyed person? Like you're constantly like, looks like your eyes are not even open. I've had a couple of friends like that, where you look at them and if you don't know them, you think, oh, this guy's probably asleep. No, that's just how their eyes are, man. They're just kind of half closed. Or maybe they don't like bright light and they forgot their sunglasses, so they're squinting just a little bit to keep the light out. Part of the reason for eyelids, actually. Something like that. So the technologies don't work because they don't account for all the variables they should. You can't account for every single variable that will ever exist. You can't do it. But you can account for, instead of accounting for 85% of cases or 65% of cases, you can account for 95% of cases. And the edge cases, you just put toggles on this crap so you can turn it off. That's another thing OEMs, not just automotive OEMs either. Device manufacturers, automotive manufacturers, motorcycle manufacturers, they put things in machines. They're like, oh, well, this is going to save lives. That's what they say. Most of the time, that's not usually the case. All they care about is money. So if they don't have to put extra money into designing or building something, they're not going to. They don't care about you. They don't care about your life. They don't care about your safety. They don't give a crap. But everything should have a toggle. I should be able to turn off this device's ability to talk to the cellular network. Not just data, but the phone call capability. There should be a toggle in there that I can go in and say, disable antenna. Just kill the antenna. No communications on or off that device without a cable. I should be able to do that. I should be able to turn on or off the USB with the toggle. Hit a toggle. Off. Can't use it. You can plug it in all you want. Power doesn't work. Data doesn't work. You should be able to toggle those independently. Turn power on, but data works. Or turn power off, but data works. Turn data off, but power works. Stuff like that. You should be able to reprogram. You should be able to go in and choose, because all these buttons on devices, they're software buttons. They're not actual, the power button is not actually a power button. It's a data pin that you pull generally to ground that goes to the CPU, and that is programmed to do a specific thing. Doesn't have to be. That's all controlled in software. You should be able to go in and customize your device any way you want to. You should be able to disable the camera access with a toggle. Can this camera be turned on by anything? Off. Can this camera be turned on by anything? Off. LED, off. All of it. Everything should be customizable by the end user. And you know how hard it is and how expensive it is to design that into the system? Less difficult and less expensive than hiding it and making it so you don't have access to your machine. It costs more to do that, because you have to come up with new ways of trying to hide the access to these things in the OS, because people keep breaking into it and they're like, yeah, I want to control my device. And the manufacturer's like, no, we don't want you to do that because we want access to this data. I don't want you to have access to that data. That's me. You don't need access to me. Rambling. I tell you what, about 15 minutes from now, I'm going to have to go to the bathroom. But I'm going to run and check real quick. Well, not run and check. I'm going to go right here and check. I don't know how well you guys can hear me from across the garagey when I'm doing Mr. Showman voice, sitting at the Lippy laptop here. So, if you're near a keyboard, let me know. How do I sound from 3 meters away? We're going to look up the GM windscreen HUD thing. I don't even know what the heck they were calling it. Technology Explained 2010. This was 2010! Oh, they're doing a Oh, never mind. They're doing it in a weird way, though. Buried projector and a bunch of mirrors. Huh? Featured on the 2021? We value your privacy. You can install cookies or install cookies. No, you're not getting the traffic. You out of here. Maybe they did implement it? Oh yeah, Cadillacs. And the expensive... Yeah, okay. But did they do the GPS thing they were talking about? That's the key. Because that's the technology they were pioneering. The projection technology people were already kind of doing. Honda did it in like 2002. But so apparently they are doing HUDs, but I don't know if they're doing GPS and or LiDAR projected helper HUD, like a helper info. I don't know if they're doing that. So what we're gonna do is I need to attach this gasket. Turn the computer back around. So I can see if chat changes. Because I don't currently have AI reading my chat to me like you guys are standing in the room with me, which is an idea that I had, which seems really cool, but I don't know how easily it's going to be implemented. Text-to-speech engine's pretty easy. The issue is going to be, how do you pick and choose? How do you pull the data from the stream, I guess, for the text? Which if OBS can do it, it shouldn't be that hard, right? And then how do you pick and choose what gets read out and what doesn't? Because at some point, if this channel grows to a point where I have 600, 1,000, 2,000 people in a stream, which it's automotive, it's unlikely that'll ever happen. Most likely is like Moonbow's channel, 40 or 50 in a stream at a time, which is more manageable. But it's weird because Moonbow has 3 or 4 times the subscribers that Heist has. But Heist regularly has 10 times the amount of viewers in stream at a time. Has probably got more to do with when Moonbow streams, actually. Because he streams middle of the day weekdays, and honestly most people aren't going back and watching VODs. But his income is kind of reliant on the people that come and visit his stream during the day. And the next time I go on a road trip, I very, 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 very well might make it a point to go through Colorado, or hit Colorado, and roll through the museum and just say hi to Heist. He just seems like a cool guy. Just go in there and be like, hey man, how's it going? Yeah, show me a cool thing. Tell me some cool little tidbit today. He seems like the kind of guy that'd be like, yeah, did you know this? And holy crap, is that man busy. He goes to like conventions. He's got a full-time job, a regular full-time job. He goes to conventions. He's part of multiple like preservation societies or whatever. He's designing a freaking video game. He makes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, no less than 6 different series. They're mostly fairly related material, but different series of videos on YouTube, which I don't even know what, like, the stuff that I'm doing right now, today, I don't even know what of this is material that I could turn into a video. Really, none of it. But really all of it. And how do you pick and choose which of the things that I touch with my hand gets turned into a video? Do I make a video out of, this is how you pick up channel locks, this is how you put them down, end video? Like, I don't know this stuff. Like, you know, A, I'm just starting. Obviously, I'm not going to know this stuff. B, I don't have enough videos or enough viewership regularly to make the call as to whether something works or not. I do have, so what do I have? 20 videos up right now? I just exported the ECU mod video. And I finally clicked export on it because I'm tired of it. I'm just fucking tired of it. It has been nothing but a nightmare trying to make that video and make it work. Okay? So it is terrible. Which means you should go out and tell all your friends. It's like rubber. You're like, hey, you want to see something cool? And you lie to them. You're like, this is really cool. You should go watch this. But you got to watch the whole thing, because if you watch the whole thing, there's like this hidden thing that you can, like, you got to sell it to them, right? By the time they get done with it, they're just like, I will never get that chunk of my life back, and I hate you for that. That's what this video is. If you go and watch it, you're gonna be like, I'm never getting that back. Why did I sit down and watch this? But you should watch it, because it makes the numbers work. But it's terrible, because it's... The first problem is the footage is not all that great. It's okay. Mostly because it's Canon and or Logitech through OBS, which loses some quality anyway. And then there's a video that I swear I had a video doing, like, showing all the bits and bobs, like the mods and stuff that I did, and I can't find it. Like, did I dream that? Did I imagine it? Did I make it up? Shh.
I wish I still had that smiley faces here.
I do want to get a tattoo eventually of a gingerbread man on my pinky.
That's awesome. Esther's last one.
You have to go get a tattoo to be part of the what the hell is his name? Hank. Action Hank. Action Hank fan club.
Esther didn't do it.
Yeah, Dee Dee did, because they got their letters mixed up. So Dexter had to go picking flowers in a tutu and dancing around, and Dee Dee had to get a tattoo and go on a Rambo mission. Good stuff. 90s cartoons are where it was at, man. Well, 90s American cartoons. 80s and early 90s Japanese cartoons. Late 90s Japanese cartoons were... they've come back, though. They've come back. Recent, like, past 15 years. Japanese cartoons are pretty darn good again. I need to go grab that bolt before I forget. I'm gonna forget. I'm gonna go grab the bolt. I'll be right back. Yes, he does have long hair. And I want to know, before I walk in there and grab that bolt, I want to know how he ties it up under his engineer's hat, such that it doesn't just... That's what my hair does. I try to tie it up under something, and after a couple hours, it's just like... super annoying. So, part of the reason I want to go to the museum is go ask him that question. I'll be right back. He's good. Okay. I've got the bolt. Think-a-link. How loud was that? If you say very loud, I will do it again. Say very quiet, I'll probably do it again. Alright, let's clean this bad boy up. Ooh. Stood up too fast. On the ground now. Put it over there. Okay. So, I have to go move a car here in a minute. Mr. B. Oh. Oh. Out. Not in. Really? I don't know what the hell it is in here that bees like so much. Bees like something in here. Okay, let's take a look at before I pull it out, actually, let's get Le Camera. Show you guys. The magnet. Actually, I should be recording this, shouldn't I? If I'm going to do this as like a video, the transmission panel. I should be recording this. Let me go start the record, so I don't have to pull a VOD like the ECU mod videos. Because pulling a VOD is annoying. There. Stop the record. It appears to be going. Alright. Alright. So, got transmission pan off here, and I'm probably going to be talking like I'm doing the video. I don't know, because like half the time I pull the video back up, especially records through OBS, and audio is just all over the place. Like, I don't know what the hell OBS is doing, but nothing changes between one record session and the other record session, and the audio's like here on one and down here on another, and then when you amplify it, obviously that data is not there, so amplifying it is just like zooming into a low resolution image. The data's not there. All you're going to see is pixels, right? All you're going to see is fuzz. But whatever. Anyway, transmission pan's off of Town and Country, Voyager Caravan, Grand Caravan. We got our pan off here. We're going to put our cleaner in the drip pan here in just a moment. But I figured I'd show you guys the magnet. And on the magnet, you can see there's some iron. And that is for, so I don't know if I should be worried or not. Because this van has close to 200,000 miles on it. And if that were how much metal you had on the magnet after 200,000 miles, you wouldn't be worried about it. That's fine. That's normal. Even with lubrication, even with oil, metal parts rubbing together are going to wear, and they're not going to wear as, you know, atoms at a time. You're going to get particles you can physically see, because that's just how it works. Until we come up with some method of artificial friction negation, that's just how it's going to work. I really need a gimbal for this camera, probably. It's probably super shaky. But this pan has been pulled off once before, and the fluid was in not bad a shape. It didn't smell burnt, it didn't smell old, it was still red and clean and not bad at all. Tell you what we'll do, real quick. Let's go pull the pan out from underneath. Should be done dripping by now. It's been 2.5 days. So let's go pull the pan and take a look inside of it and see if see if there's a bunch of sparklies in it or not. I can tell you, there's a leaf in it. I tell you what, if you got trees growing inside your transmission, probably something you should go take a look at. So we get our handy dandy flashlighty here. Not too bad. Get you guys turned around over here. I don't know if it comes out through the camera all that well, but you don't see many. What you would see if you have a lot of metal wear is you'd see, so I don't know if you can see that line, that dark line right there. So the lighter is going to be metal bits and the darker is going to be oil without metal bits. And of course picking it up did swirl it around a little bit. What we're going to do real quick is I'm going to grab a screwdriver, and I'm pretty sure this thing is magnetic. Very, very lightly magnetic. I'm going to kind of swirl it through the fluid. See if we pick up anything that's not on the magnet, which you shouldn't. Given the magnet looks the way it does, I don't expect there to be a whole lot of much of anything in here. Flashlight's making a bunch of noise. But we can see ooh, that's getting hot. Getting very hot. Flashlight on high with lithium battery. Gets warm, apparently. Who'd have thunk it? So we'll give it a minute. But I don't see a whole lot of metal in this pan here, which is good. You're gonna have clutch material, you're gonna have gears, you're gonna have bearing material, you're gonna have there's a chain, and you're gonna have chain material from the differential drive. You're gonna have all that stuff in this oil. And outside of large chunks or this magnet just overflowing with bits when you know you've changed it in the last 10-15,000 miles, it's fine. You're going to have wear. Everything wears. It's not unusual. We don't tend to worry about it outside the abnormal cases where there are chunks or excessive amounts of wear evident in the oil or on the magnet. Because aluminum is paramagnetic, it won't readily stick to standard magnets. It has to be incredibly strong for aluminum to stick to a magnet. Brass is diamagnetic because it contains copper, which is a diamagnetic. Actually, copper are paramagnetic. Ignore me. Brass should be paramagnetic. No, copper. I'm gonna have to look it up. Now I'm gonna have to look it up. Pretty sure copper is diamagnetic. It rejects a magnetic field. Yeah, copper is diamagnetic. Okay. I was right the first time. So, copper is diamagnetic, It will not attach to a magnet. It specifically moves away from magnetism. All magnetism, any magnetism. It will push itself away, like bismuth, like antimony? Not antimony. Lead. Carbon. Neon. Didn't remember that one. Neon apparently is diamagnetic. That's cool. Probably explains why neon signs work so well, the way that they function. Cool. Mercury, silver, lead, copper, carbon, water, etc., etc. If you take a magnetic field next to a diamagnetic object, the field lines will go and they'll just go around the object. A strong diamagnetic will actively repel itself from a magnet, which is cool. I have an idea for that, but I need to test it before. I want to make a video about that. I have an idea, but I need to get my hands on some stuff and some things before I can make a whole video out of it. Anyway, this oil does not appear to be in incredibly bad shape. That's good. Smells like ATF. Actually, it does smell a little tiny bit older. And the sunlight is not a whole lot of swirlies, so we're good to go on that.
Oh, cable. You don't need to be in the oil.
Okay. I'm gonna put you guys back up here on the garage door thing. I think I'm gonna put you guys in the garage door thing. Where'd I put that tape? Right there. Good. Yeah. This tape ain't bad, actually. It's pretty sticky. Huh! Missed. New tape! Boop. Alrighty. The cable's probably going to be in the way for a moment. I've got to put the thing back in the thing! Okay. How's that looking? We want it here. You can't see my hand. Wait. Can you see my hand now? You can just see my hands. Alright, because we want the edge of the bench, right? So we can see what I'm doing right here. That's what we want to see. That's what you want to see. It's not what I want to see. I don't care about seeing it. But you guys can see it all you want. So what I normally do with idea. Dingly dangly, microphone angly. Like this? Like this, maybe? Oh, no way. No way. Yeah! Sorry if I'm making loud noises. They are unintentional. That just dingly dangles microphone right in front of my face. How about that? And then this cable. Oh, run cable up and over the thingy there. That actually works. That's not bad. All right. Anyway, I need to clean. I keep saying I need to clean my damn rags, and I keep not doing it. So we're gonna get us a moderately dirty rag, and we're gonna clean this magnet off. Right? That's the first thing we want. That's the first thing we want to do. Cable! Could you please not do that? Put a bunch of cable on the bench. Bunch of cable on the bench, and it won't go anywhere, right? That's how this works. You guys can't see me making a funny face. which is sad because I make great funny faces. They're like phenomenal funny faces. They make you go gahurt. I mean, they make me go gahurt. Okay, this is invoice for the Healy coil and stuff. Healy coils ain't cheap, man. Drain bolt for the engine oil pan, which is not yet installed, so it's a good thing I didn't try to put oil in it. And then oil-based leak detector die, for which I don't actually possess a UV light. Funnily enough. Not yet, I don't. Okay. Will this make the trash can? The answer is yes. Obviously, by the tone of my voice. Quite obviously, the answer is yes. Clappity clap. Clippity clap. Okay, so dirty rag. We get the dirty rag. We grab our magnet. We just kind of... Ah, yes. Effectively Vanta Black. Not really, but sort of. It's carbon steel, so, you know. So I don't know if any of you guys know about the fight. I can't remember the artist's name. But there's one artist named the hell's his name? Anish Kapoor. And he bought the rights to the blackest of black pigments, the darkest pigment in existence at the time when he bought it. There's other stuff now that's either the same or even better. But he purchased it, and then every time you want to buy it, you have to pay him money. And this drives the price of the pigment up, so it's more expensive than other pigments. Simply because there's a licensing fee attached to it. So there's another artist. I can never remember the guy's name. That pissed him off. And I am on board with this guy. So he made the world's pinkest pink. And on the website, it says, I certify that I am not Anish Kapoor, that I have no affiliation with Anish Kapoor, that I am not purchasing this pigment for Anish Kapoor. It's like this big disclaimer that you have to just click a checkbox to buy it. It's like, that's a rivalry right there. That is Nemesis level rivalry. And I'm all for it. But it just irritated him so much that this guy licensed a pigment. And it's just like, alright, well, now I'm going to make a thing. And he's done that with a bunch of different pigments now, I think. I looked it up a while back, because this was like 2008. This whole thing started. 2006. It was a while back. And I looked it up at one point, and I think the last time I looked it up was 2019. And it's, you know, the feud is still alive. Hatfields and McCoys level stuff. Meh. We're not going to have the pan like that. We're actually going to pull it out so we can pour this in here without spilling it everywhere. I really just need a vat with a lid. I mean, technically, I do have a vat with a lid. It's called this can. But I need a larger vat with more fluid with a lid. Of course, unless the lid is hermetically sealed, the entire garage is going to smell like parts cleaner. And then my roommates come out here one day, oh, what's that smell? That's how they talk. Like every time they talk, they say 3 useful words and they just go blah 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 blah. Not really. Shh, don't tell them I said that. Or do. It's the kind of thing they'd expect from me, honestly. So, we're gonna give our transmission pan a good little scrubbing. He's gonna have a nice day at the baths. You know, the Roman baths. But the Japanese then adapted the idea of, or maybe they came up with it concurrently. I don't know. Japanese culture has been around for quite some time. Who knows who came up with it first? I wasn't there. I don't know. This in the video, this audio will probably just get cut and it'll just be a time lapse. Right? That makes sense. Also, my pocket's getting warm. I should probably not have my phone in that pocket. Why are you not freaking notifying me? Jesus. Feeling glad I got sunshine in my butt. No copyright. There's no song that has sunshine in their butt. Probably. At least not one that's copyrighted. You know, probably. Yeah, it's kind of really dumb, honestly. When I went to pull these bolts out, which I'm sure I have in the video recording, but I can tell the stream again because this is going to be muted. But when I went to pull these bolts out, there was like no torque on them at all. Most of them, all but 2 of them, honestly, came out without any force applied to the ratchet. I had the ratchet on there because I was like, oh, well, it's a transmission pan. They're supposed to be torqued to 8 to 14 foot-pounds, similar to, I mean, it's an oil pan, so the same type of torque that you would see on the engine oil pan gasket, you would see on the transmission oil pan gasket, right? Because they're similar gaskets, they're similar materials, they're similar setups. So obviously they're going to be similar in torque and treatment. But yeah, I held the center of the ratchet. Like the ratcheting head. Didn't even really apply force to the arm, the lever of the ratchet handle. So this thing was not torqued correctly when it was put on last. And that's how I know somebody's been in here before. Because if it was Chrysler, they would have been over-torqued. Or they would have been not over-torqued. They would have been torqued correctly, but they would have been hard to break loose because of the Loctite Chrysler had initially put on the bolts. Which I might apply some blue Loctite to these bolts. Blue so that they can be pulled out in the future without too much hassle, but such that they do not work themselves out, because bolts do that naturally on cars anyway. I'll probably say it, I've probably said it a billion times and I'll probably say it a billion times again. The automotive environment is a very high vibrational one, and as such, things move. Bolts rattle free, things break. Yeah, I'm trying to talk to my roommate's Mr. Fatherman there, because he might know some people that I'd be able to work with to make a logo for the channel. Something other than circular text. And I'll say it again. Do not stick your hands in this mixture. If you decide to use the same mixture that I use to clean my parts with at home, do not stick your bare hands in this mixture. I don't think I can iterate that enough. Do not stick your bare hands in this mixture. The reason I do is because, one, I'm stupid. Two, I'm actually... It's not allergic to latex. I'm not allergic to latex. There's something that I'm allergic to because latex and nitrile gloves both cause problems. When I wear gloves that do not breathe, which is what you would want to wear working with a solution like this, for any length of time, my hands will sweat profusely. Like, it is just A, gross, but B, crazy. After about 15-20 minutes, my hands will be sweating so much that it's just running down my arms and dripping off of my elbows or my wrists or whatever. It's insane. But that's not the part that bugs me. The part that bugs me is once I take the gloves off and my hands begin to dry from that, even if I use lotion, a moisturizer of some kind, all the skin around my cuticles, around my fingernails, dries and peels, and then my freaking fingers start to bleed and they hurt, and it's just bleh. I would rather have chemical burns from dealing with solvents, honestly, than have to deal with my fingers bleeding because I put on freaking gloves. It's stupid. So, for the most part, my body is above average. You know, I have an exceedingly good immune system. I'm slightly above average height, which is 5'8", 5'9", somewhere there. I'm slightly larger than average, just in mass and weight and girth. I'm stocky. It's all genetic. Nothing I can do about it, nor would I want to. I like being me, and I like being fat. But there are one or two small items that I cannot claim superiority. One of those being that I'm allergic to my own sweat, apparently. It's the only thing I can think of. Also, when I get when I get overheated, I get really hot. Like when you're outside, hot summer day, and you're working, and you're just like, you're sweating and you're sweating and you're sweating. That makes me nauseous. Which could be a psychological thing. I've had heat stroke multiple times. 3 to be exact. So, thank you! Yeah, I've had the heat stroke multiple times, like I said, and it could be one of those psychosomatic things where it's because my body has had major issues with heat in the past. Now, when I get hot, it severely affects me, and my body's just like, no, we're not doing that. So it just, sends signals not in a way that it should, I guess. So me and Heat, we don't get along. I tend to do things faster and more often when it's nice outside, you know, 50s, 40s. To me, that's nice. I actually don't know if it's a kind of thing you should say in a YouTube stream, but I'm going to say it anyway. I have a Tinder profile, and part of my bio is, if your house is greater than 68 degrees, swipe left. Because I can't do that. Cannot be doing that lifestyle. Kind of wish I had 2 vats. Actually, kind of wish I had a vat, like a hot tank. That's what I wish I had. Because I could just stick stuff in it, run it, and while it's running, do whatever things I need to do. Boop. Ding! That was La Magnet going ding-a-ling-a-ling on the bottom of the pan because I set the pan on top of it. One more. Wipe the inside. There we go. Now, let's take our Miggity Magnet. Bing! Stick it back in there. And because it's not... So because it's this style of magnet, we don't want to be too rough with it. You don't want to damage the magnet, get little chunky chunks inside your engine, or engine transmission. I mean, if you have a magnet in your engine, you also don't want to get little chunky chunks inside your engine. That would be biddly bad. Computer I can do. Witty banter and imagery, less much so. Is there anything else I'm going to need to clean? Duh. That's not all, folks. Get it? Do you get it? You guys get it? Do you get it? Ew. Whee! I've got to do the bolts. I've got to do the bolts. And it's freaking red RTV. You always know it's a redneck when they don't use the right chemical for the job. Don't put red RTV in a transmission. Red RTV, honestly, don't use red RTV on anything. Red RTV is an old school high temp RTV that I don't even know, like, today you have blue for water, gray for gear oil, black for engine oil. You have gray for engine oil too. And they are different formulations, actually. Gray for gear oil and gray for engine oil are slightly different formulations. I can't think of anything that you would... we're going to let that soak for a minute. Can't think of anything that you would use high temp RTV on purposefully. Because that was just... It was made back in the day, initially, when you didn't have specialized RTVs for things. So you just use red on everything. There's just RTV, is all it was. Which You guys know. What was that? Yeah, that was Porky Pig, right? That's all, folks. But not that new piece of crap. Hey, first thing I've got in the trash can today. I mean, that other thing I threw in there earlier, the bag, it went in. I said it went in. I wasn't lying at all. But, yeah, new Looney Tunes. Garbage, not actually Looney Tunes. It was Seinfeld, but with somebody drawing Looney Tunes images over top of it. Garbage. Not even hot garbage. Cold garbage. Got some random guy walking around the neighborhood. Okay, where's my other slightly dirty rag? That's what I'm working with these days. It's like, oh, where's that clean rag? No. We don't do that around here. Clean rag. Psh. So where's that other slightly dirty rag? You know what's good at cleaning? You know what's good at cleaning bolts? Other bolts! As long as you're doing it by hand. Oh my jeez. I think I found the bolt that they actually use to screw up the transmission. Don't know if that's focusing. There's aluminum wrapped around the threads of this bolt. Come on. Ta-da! Go away. Oh, which means I might. I'm hoping that's that one hole. Now I'm gonna have to go inspect every single hole and determine if they are okay or not. Yeah, so I don't know if we can see this either. So this RTV that's on this bolt, it's all super soft and squishy now. That's this stuff. Don't stick your hands in it. It's no bueno. No bueno por caca. Yeah, there's the black. That's Mopar Factory. Mopar's factory RTV sucks so bad. So at the time when we were learning about these pans, the shop that I was working at, when we first we had a rash of them, 3 or 4 of them, not a rash. We had 3 or 4 of them come in, kind of the same story. Pan had been replaced, now it's leaking, or we did one. We replaced the filter, and it came back a couple of weeks later leaking. We're like, we just did this thing. How is it leaking? So some investigators, some checking outs, and some looking ratings at it, and we determined that they weren't sealing because they were just continually dripping. When you go to put the pan back up, even if you had it perfectly clean, you put the pan right back up there and you tighten it down, just a little tiny drip would go along that back edge and would prevent a seal. And we tried. We were like, oh, well, the OEM had this thing sealed in the first place. Let's use their solution. So we tried that. It doesn't work. Don't use... Where am I going? I was about to dump this in the oil pan. That would suck. Don't use Mopar's factory RTV. It does not actually work very well. The reason being is that it does not cure hard enough. It's way, way too soft when it cures. Not sure exactly what that ends up meaning overall for the seal, other than it doesn't actually seal. That's all I can tell you. I don't quite know the physics behind it, why it does what it does or doesn't do what it doesn't do. But I do know that it doesn't work. It's not good. If I were going to make any recommendation for an oil sealing RTV, which RTV, room temperature vulcanization, that just means that it will harden at room temperature. That's all RTV means. RTV describes a very large number of different chemicals. So if someone tells you to use RTV, you're like, okay, what kind of RTV? Which RTV? Because they are very, very different types of RTVs. Elmer's glue is an RTV, technically. I'm pretty sure Elmer's glue dries; it doesn't vulcanize. So I don't think that's true in reality. But depending on how you're defining RTV, thermodynamically, chemically, whatever, there is a definition that you could provide for Elmer's glue that would fit in the same bin as silicone RTV. And not all RTVs are silicone based. Funnily enough, check chat. What's chat saying? Chat. That's fine. What's that thing? I'll be a whale member. What dork means. I think it's a whale member. I don't know. I'd have to look it up again. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14. 14. 4, 6, 10, 12, 14, and a nut for the thing. Ooh. Talk dirty to me. Yeah, let's clean our pan thing out here so we can put the bolts back in it. What do you think? All but one. Nice. Okay, now it's time for my least favorite part. For which I will take you guys under there. It does look like the transmission is still dripping. It's been 2 days. It's been 2 days and there's still drips on the driveway. This is why you can't seal these damn transmissions. It's insanity. It's stupidity. It is asininery at its best. Worst? Orange. Pickles. I'm not crazy, you're crazy. Gasket's working on being flat. It's trying. I'm gonna need Felicity flashlight down there with me. Might need a pick to dig stuff out of the Who's your what's-its. What else am I gonna need? Gonna need the Healy coils. Gonna need a 21/64 drill bit, which is all that guy right there. And it's an aluminum case. So shouldn't need a whole lot. Shouldn't need a lube. Also going to need some spray clean with a skull. Set up. Also, we'll need Le Clipper. You know it's half broken now. I say half broken. It's missing a bolt nut. Bolt nut. Bolt nut. I don't want this sitting on the bench. Might damage the wood. Remind me, I'm going to wash my rags tonight. I'm probably not going to wash my rags tonight because my roommates are using the washer and it takes 4 cycles, 4 wash cycles to clean the rags and then clean the washing machine. Because what I do is I stick them in a bucket with some Purple Power, some Simple Green, some water, whatever, and you hand clean them, and you do that a couple of times. And once the water is no longer just completely black, you stick them in the washing machine. You run it twice with Purple Power because it's a good degreaser. Each time you have to wipe out, because there's still going to be some oil residue, so you have to wipe out the washer real good, the drum, and then you put them in the dryer on low heat, as low a heat as you can get it, tumble dry, because they are still flammable, and they're very linty, these rags. There's always a big like blanket in the lint trap when I get done with them. But then, while those are doing the dryer, you run the washing machine empty with Purple Power, and then you wash it out by hand, and then you run it again with Purple Power, and you wash it out by hand. That is clean enough that you can then wash your clothes in it, and you won't have stuff in your clothes. But it's an ordeal. It takes like half a day. Now, if I had an account with like a uniform company, I could send the rags off to them and they would wash them for me. But that's not cheap, and again, I'm poor. So for now, that's a no-go. Eventually, I definitely want to get there. I just want to send it off to a company and be done with it. Or buy a washing machine and dryer that I can use specifically for that, which would be fine. I might do that, actually. Because like I could disable the drain, put a switch on the front panel for the drain, disable the lid switch, just take the lid off, but disable the lid switch. You wouldn't want to take the lid off, because if it's going to be in the garage, you don't want to get metal shavings and crap inside your washing machine, even if it is a shop washing machine. But I could modify it such that it doesn't drain automatically when it does the thing. And I can set it to buzz when it's done with the wash cycle, so that I can go over, drain it manually into a container, and then you get some oil absorbent material. It's a foam or a rag of some kind. You get some of that. You let the wash water sit overnight so that all of the oil floats to the surface. You soak up the oil with the thing, and it's hydrophobic, so it doesn't absorb water. You put you squeeze out the oil into a container, and you dispose of it correctly, and then the water can go down the drain because it's water. That wouldn't be too hard. I wonder how they do it at the place, the uniform places. But you could do that, and it'd be safe. I'm sure there are people who flush far more dangerous things than some dirty engine water. Minus the oil. You don't want to flush oil down the drain, because that can actually seriously damage whatever ecosystem it might leach into, potentially. But it can actually damage the hardware of the if you have a what do you call that? Filtration station, treatment plant. It can actually damage the hardware of the treatment plant in some cases. Yeah, I guess let's go into there. Do the Healy coil thing. Right? So we'll grab you guys off of here. Hubba-dubba-dub. And here's what I did. So I use this wire to hang smaller stuff to paint. It's just some welding wire that I hung from the bracket. Come to find out, it's just the right length to hang the microphone at the bench right by my face. Ah! Serendipitous. It made me giggle. Sorry for loud noises, if any are occurring. Not if, I'm sure they are. We're gonna move the camera over here underneath the car. The car. Wanna move the camera under the car. Camera and microphone under the car. Mr. Spidey, I don't need you on me. Go hang out outside for a little bit. Oh. Microphone, sorry about the noise. Camera. Jiggly, 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 jiggly. I'm sure you guys are just looking at a drip pan right now. Probably. Oh, you got transmission. Nice. Oh, real quick. Drain this pan into the other pan. Yeah, there's some brass sparklies in here in the bottom. Nothing too big, nothing crazy. Just sparklies, no chunkies. That was a spidey web on my arm. It won't go away. Okay. Oi. How much battery? Full battery. Okay. We've got the drill. I've got a flashlight. And now I've got to see which of these are screwed up. Okay, so it's just that one. Yep, so that bolt was the one they used to screw up this hole. And look at this. Still dripping. Drip, 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 drip. Still dripping. How are you still dripping? I don't understand. I don't understand it. It makes no sense. Okay, so we're going to wipe all of this off. Also, if you're working on a Chrysler product, keep in mind, Chrysler does nothing to clean up their casting imperfections on any of their machines, which means everything is quite sharp. Chryslers will cut you to shreds like a feral cat if you're not careful, because they don't care about you or your family. Okay, so $21.64. We're going to get the Healy coil kit, and we're going to discount double check. Drill size 21/64. 21/64. All right, we have double, triple, quadruple checked. And I am going to do this very, very slowly. Come on. Come on. Because I don't want to screw up the hole by drilling it all kinds of screwy, and then ends up it doesn't even seal the pan in the first place. And aluminum is very easy to screw up. Okay, so that's a blind hole, which is less than ideal. I would rather it be one of these edge, well, they're all edge holes, one of these outer edge holes on the transmission. If I were to have a preference, it would be outer edge hole, specifically because you can drill all the way through it. Oh, no. That does go all the way through to the torque converter. Okay. Nice. Come on. Really? But I actually don't want to go too deep, because what I want is I want there to be a land in there that the Healy coil will stop on. So, yes. So what we'll do is we'll find out how deep that is. Check it against the Healy coil. A little bit deeper than the Healy coil. Went just a smooch too far. But that's fine because we can thread it less than that distance. Because the Healy coil requires a thread. And I did not bring a tool for the thread, the tap. So I gotta get up. I'll be right back. Oh, my God. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? This guy. And or this guy. Use the handles for the tap and or die sets, which I'm pretty sure this one's gonna get. This one's gonna be the big guy. Kind of wish I had a smaller one than this. The problem is locating this hole correctly. Look at that drip. Why are you still dripping? And we do this very, very slowly. Try to make sure we're not turning at an angle. Oh, needs to be lined up with that one edge, kind of consistently. It doesn't appear to be rotating like this when I turn it. If it was rotating like that when I turned it, that would be a slight problem. It appears to be turning straight. And we also don't want to, even though it is aluminum, don't ask me how. I have seen a guy break a tap in, I swear to God, pure aluminum. I mean, they were 6x1 taps, or maybe 5x0.8, so they're small anyway, but it was aluminum. How do you break a tap in aluminum? It's hardened steel. Like, you could stick the thing in a freaking drill and just straight through, and like, it shouldn't break. And he was breaking them at the end, not in the middle. He was breaking taps right at the end somehow. I have no idea. I mean, this guy was, if you look up the word inept in the dictionary, it was his face that was beside it. Completely useless, this guy. One time, since we couldn't find anything else for him to do, Boss Man requested that he take out the trash. Now, taking out the trash, where we were posted, entailed taking a full bag out of the trash can, putting an empty bag back in the trash can, putting the full bag, securing it in some way, tying it up or whatever, putting the full bag in the back of the truck, and driving it about a quarter mile down to a dumpster. Just down the hill. It was just down the hill. That's all it was. Would you like to know what... So that was the job, okay? Would you like to know what actually got done? I'm sure you'd like to know what actually got done. What actually got done was full bag removed from trash can, set down beside trash can, walk away. That was the end of it. Full bag, not tied, on the ground, beside the trash can, walk away. There was literally nothing else going on that day. So it's not like he was pulled away. There was something else that had to be done, and he was like, hey, can you come help us do this? No. That was all he had to do. That day was that trash. That's it. One trash even. Not even 2 or 3 of them. One trash. It's like, hey, this one's full. Can you take it out? Yeah, sure. Goes down. Grabs the trash. Puts it on the floor. Walks away. FedEx. What do we have FedEx? Bulbs? Do we have little package for bulbs? That's a big package. Looks like an Amazon package. Morning. You just drop it anywhere right here, it's fine.
Okay. Alright, there you go.
Thanks, sir.
Have a good one.
Oh, it's a Walmart package. Must be for my roommates. They order stuff all the time. Oh, you're not gonna really? There we go. I was like, don't tell me you're not actually gonna go in there. Alright. Got our handy dandy Healy coil on our nifty difty installation tool. And the way you install the Healy coil is you actually kind of stretch it into the hole. Yep. That didn't go in correctly. This is probably why people dislike Healy coils. But there is a neat thing about Healy coils. I felt it click, which I think means it's gonna go in straight now. Yeah, there we go. You know, just that first leading edge was not sitting quite correctly in there. But the neat thing about Healy coils is that you can fairly easily, actually, remove them if you screw them up. Generally speaking. Okay, we're gonna stick this guy. What the? You're not actually sitting correctly. Okay, where's my pick? Trailing edge. Yeah, this last little trailing edge, for some reason, did not go in correctly. Means it's catching the bolt. Now I could just break it off, but I'd rather it. No, that is as far as it goes. And I did get the correct length on the Healy coil. Because it's sitting, other than this one little funny edge, it's sitting right at the edge of the transmission there. There's like a 1/4 of a thread of the bolt that is not Healy coil. But I do need to grab something. I need to grab something. For whatever reason, this trailing edge didn't go in correctly. So, grab. Oh, dental picks are great. pinning wires and such, and for doing some PCB work, but they're not very good for strength. So, come on. Oi. Ah, hims don'ts wants to goes. Would you quit rolling over my damn hair? Look at that. A little bit tight, but that's the nature of Healy coils. Bam! A lamb. Lamb some bams. Bam some lambs. I said go in the thing. Thank you. Alright, let's check on the gasket, shall we? Yeah, look, still dripping. This is why, probably the 12th time I've said it, this is why these things are half impossible to seal. Ever. You've just got to let them drip for days on end. I am going to wire wheel. Oh. Morning, morning.
Come here, buddy. Buddy, no. No.
Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Come here, buddy.
How's it going?
Did you find my wife?
Funnily enough, it only took like 30 seconds.
Is that all?
Yeah, couldn't find a good supply for the socket or the harness for your van, which they used everywhere. Ford used those on every vehicle at that time. But the bolts for this transmission pan, 10 seconds.
I cheat you, get him.
So the bolt I have to go to a junkyard and grab some, and then the bulbs for the climate control, 20 for 11 bucks.
Ooh,
Yeah.
man.
I'm like, yeah, we're doing those.
Transmission fan.
Yeah, they, whoever was in here before me did not torque down the pan bolts, and they screwed up a hole that I just had to Healy coil. So no wonder it was leaking. Because I went to pull all the bolts out, and I didn't put any force on them using the ratchet at all. I had it and I just went like that. Like I could have done it without the ratchet. I could have done it with a screwdriver. No, and I don't think they were familiar with this particular vehicle or transmission anyway, because the transmission pan on these sits at a funny angle. It doesn't sit flat parallel to the ground. It sits at about, I don't know, a 20-degree angle, which means the gasket at the back end is always soaked in oil under normal operation, which is dumb anyway. Like the carbs in the shadow, funnily enough. But so this thing has been open and dripping for 2 days, and it's still dripping. There's still oil dripping off of the flange where the gasket goes. So it's like, I know why these things always leak when people do them, and it's because you can't seal against oil that just flows. It's like, you know, running water doesn't freeze. It's the same kind of thing. But yeah, so I've been recording and doing it in the stream, showing people these transmissions and their common problems with their gaskets here. And now I'm just cleaning off the old gasket material. And it's funny because I'm looking at this pan, or this flange on the transmission, and I see both red and black RTV on the flange. Like they never cleaned the factory stuff off when they did the pan anyway. So, you know, gotta make sure you get in there, get it all nice and cleaned up. I mean, it very well could have been. The oil filter that was on here was probably about 3 suns and a neutron star worth of torque. I had to destroy it almost to get it off. It's like, you put an oil filter on by turning it until it kind of stops by hand, and then like an eighth of a turn. Like that's it. That's all you do. Oh, and there's a gouge in the steel, or in the transmission aluminum over here too. Nice.
Oh, no.
That's okay. My fix for transmission leaks on these is you Honda Bond both sides of the gasket really light, and it'll clean up. I gotta take, I don't know, I gotta sand these down a little bit because there's you don't want high spots obviously, but Honda Bond does a really good job against oils. I was just telling the stream a minute ago that the stuff that Chrysler put on here originally, the black RTV that they use in-house, sucks. It doesn't actually seal. I've seen brand new engines come out of Chrysler factories with this black RTV on it, leaking because it doesn't actually work. So dumb. It's like, you guys are an OEM. Like, you build millions of these constantly, and you still can't figure this stuff out. Ridiculous. So we're gonna let that dry for a minute. I got a bunch of girth cords.
Yeah, I imagine your neck right now.
Funnily enough, it's less my neck, and more usually my lower back. Half a neck. But, because I'm used to 40% of my life, I've had long hair.
About 6 months ago, I had to replace my wig. You know what they replaced it with?
One out of a PT Cruiser.
Oh, it was brand new. It was made of plastic.
Yep.
Whole damn thing.
You can't, even replacements for the old copper radiators, you can't get with copper tanks anymore. They only make the intakes out of plastic. Which I don't get. If you're gonna replace something,
stupid.
Replace it with OEM. But I'm pretty sure yours came with plastic factory. Plastic caps. The problem is
The whole thing is plastic.
the seals that they use on the tanks, on the plastic guys. So when the OEM designed it, they used a decent seal. I don't know exactly what they used. They used a pretty decent seal. The aftermarket replacement guys like Spectra and like Master Cool and Four Seasons, those guys that do all the aftermarket stuff, I don't know what sealant they use, but it's not good. The tanks leak after like 2 or 3 years. And it's just dumb. It's like, why? I mean, well, no, it's dumb because they have lifetime warranties. So if you have the receipt, they're replacing how many radiators that they sell are they then having to replace for free because they couldn't get the formula for the tank sealant that the OEMs use.
Wonder if that's what's gonna.
Very possible. It's what I've noticed in general is aftermarket parts tend to last. It depends on what it is really. Because some parts there's different time scales, but like struts, for instance, OEM struts will last, generally speaking, 7 to 12 years. The average being around 10. Aftermarket struts tend to last 2 to 5 years, and average being around 2.5, 3. And I don't quite know. Well, I do know what it is. The OEMs actually put a lot more time and money into the development of parts than the aftermarkets do for the replacement parts. They're designed with the same exterior dimensions, but like seals, the formulations are slightly different. The metals they use, slightly different alloys, stuff like that. And it's probably because the OEMs have some kind of patent system or copywriting system on the particular stuff that they use, where you could even have aftermarkets buying the parts from the same manufacturers that manufacture the parts for the OEMs. But because they've got a contract with the OEMs, they're not allowed to use that same exact formulation and sell it in the aftermarket. They have to use something slightly different, and it's really, really weird to me, because most of these parts that you get aftermarket have lifetime warranties. As long as you remember that you have that lifetime warranty, and you either have the receipt or you have some record that you purchased it, which is usually, these days, go back in the computer and take a look. I've replaced the passenger side CV axle in my Civic 8 times since I purchased the original one from Checkers, before O'Reilly's bought Checkers. That's how old the CV axle purchase was. It was $105 or something for the CV axle, and I've replaced it probably 8 times in the last, that would have been 16 years, every 2 years or so. It's usually the inner boot gets a little tiny pinhole in it for whatever reason. I don't know, but I just start seeing grease, flinging around behind the engine on that side of the transmission. So it's like, why does it get a little pinhole? It's always the same. It's never like a crack. It's always right on the, so they got that like corrugated shape,
Right.
and it's always on the outer edge of one of those, like something's hitting it. And I was talking to a guy at Joe Riley's who was like, well, I think you're damaging it on purpose. Why?
Yeah.
What? CV axles don't just, like, the joint itself doesn't just wear out for no reason. So why would I be damaging the boot and bringing it back just to get a new one every couple of years? Like, that's more work for me, man. I gotta pull the thing out and put it back in. I don't know. Really weird.
What a bunch of... I don't know, O'Reilly's. I got paint from O'Reilly's. Oh, man. I was painting a wheelchair. Blue.
Right?
It was red. Damn thing. I shook the paint. I mean, I shook it and shook it and shook it. Every time I'd spray a little bit, it came out clear. So I took it back, got 3 more new cans. I tried all 3 of them. Same thing. We went through a case of them before he finally decided that manufacturer never put any color in it.
What the hell? That's a weird one. I'd never heard of that one. But yeah, sometimes it happens.
Tested it there and he couldn't get them to work.
Nice.
About the 3rd time.
We
Your knuckles
actually
look wonderful.
I was just that's actually so the cleaner that I got in the can, the carb cleaner, and I always pour some out and mix some B12 Kim Tool in it, and not great for your skin. I was just telling the stream, I was like, don't stick your hands in this without gloves. Do as I say, not as I do. I can't wear gloves though, for whatever reason. I'm allergic to my own sweat, I think. Don't make no damn sense.
Well, you never know.
Well, every time I wear gloves, after 10 or 15 minutes, right, sweat is just run like a river running down my arms. And then when I take the gloves off, after my hands dry out, all this skin around my nails just starts peeling and bleeding. It's like, I'll get chemical burns. Chemical burns I could deal with. I had, when I was at the boarding school,
By leaving alone.
house parents had a little Shih Tzu. And we'd always take her, and if you put her just above the ground and just held her up, she'd try to run. It would be like, 4-wheel drive, vroom, vroom, vroom. And she'd just...
He likes to get your hands in his
Yeah.
back teeth, yeah, like that, to chew on them.
Yep.
But he's never, well, on me, he does. He's gotten used to where he can bite down hard on me.
I had a cat that would do the same thing, and what I always do is I'll hook my finger back in right behind the canines and just grab the bottom jaw and like, aha, I got your jaw now, and they're just like, oh,
Try that one.
can't sit like that too long on my hips. Oi. Don't ever get old, it's bad for you.
You're telling a man that's 70, almost 78 years old, that he's don't ever get old?
Don't get old. Don't recommend it. Tell on your joints.
I already know.
I do the same thing with my grandmother whenever I go over to visit her. I'm like, hey, just want you to know, don't ever get old. She just gives me that look like, you're stupid, right? Oh. Worst decision I ever made growing up. I've never done it.
What?
Growing up.
Oh. Well, you know, you don't really have much choice.
You know, you say that. I think it's a decision we make. When you're young, you want people to listen to you. So you say, I'm going to get older and grow up and be a big kid. Not realizing that it sucks.
Yeah, you got a lot of yellow junk.
Yeah, they live in the tree back there. I have no idea where the nest is.
It'll be a big, round, gray thing.
We keep meaning to call the landlord and have him send someone out, but I forget and they're lazy. I'm lazy and they're lazy. We're all lazy. And we forget.
I'm allergic to them, so I can't let them get near me.
We got a lot of bees here too. The bees I don't mind.
I've got the EpiPen. 15 minutes to get to the hospital. My throat closes off, I can't.
That's not good. As far as I know, I don't have none of that. Thankfully. My mom's deathly allergic to bees. Been stung by one of each. I do remember it was when I was like 6, 7. I got stung, ring finger, had to be my left hand. So I felt the sting pain on the finger, and it was like somewhere like right here.
Yeah.
'Cause I was like reaching up to grab into a tube or something, and they had the nest inside the tube. It was like right at the end or something. And I felt that, but the rest of my hand went numb, completely numb. And I don't know if that was an allergic reaction. Like I've never really talked to a doctor that would know that kind of thing, but I imagine the
You
rest
know
of
a
the
doctor that knows anything?
I met one. He actually did his job. He did not make it his life's goal to try to murder my wife. But most of them did.
Doctors might try on me. Close.
I don't trust them. And it's less a problem. Well, it is a problem with the people. At some point, you're an adult and you're making decisions for yourself. And if you're in this profession where other people's lives are in your hand, it is your job. You get paid specifically to go learn new things,
Right.
to try to protect people, to keep people alive, whatever. They don't. At the end of the day, it's a conscious decision you're making to not learn this thing that you really should go out and learn.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to know everything. Nobody's going to know every single malady that can affect a human being. But if you get somebody that comes in and says, hey, I got this thing, well, I've never seen that before, and I'm too lazy to check it out, so I won't take you on as a patient. It's your job. You took this profession. Like, I can't just say, oh, well, I don't know what Chrysler did with this bolt, so I'm not going to touch it. I can't do that. I could, but I'd lose business. And eventually I'd be out of business. Well,
Right.
I'm technically in business right now, so. But,
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Check this. Putting those signs up on your door. Because somebody might complain.
Ask
on,
forgiveness
on
and
the
permission.
front door. That's what I'm concerned about.
I'll go with the standard government. It's easier to ask forgiveness.
I don't know, I just don't want somebody.
Yeah, because what they'll do is if somebody does complain, somebody from the city or the county or wherever will come over and be like, hey, do you have this? No? Well, then you can't do this, can't do this. All right.
That's the way I am. They tell me I can't. Or can't trust you. Lock your doors. Got keys to every door.
No. Yeah, I've never been a big fan of that. Part of the reason why we came here was like no apartment. I'm not doing apartments. Gotta be a house. Yes, the landlord does have a key, but in a house, landlord has no reason to come.
Right.
In an apartment, it's like, oh, we have to do a check on your AC, or we have to check this outlet, or they can come up with any reason whatsoever.
They walk in if you're not there. And I've lost so many tools. Lost so, like I said, no. All my tools. I mean, I lost hundreds of dollars.
There's some nanny cams.
I had one. I don't know how to work it.
You have ones that, I mean, these days they should all walk you through the process.
I have to put. I finally get it right.
Yeah, I don't trust none
Supposed
of
to be
that.
able to put it. No,
Yeah.
it wouldn't.
I don't trust none of that. I only do stuff like if I'm going to have a camera, it's going to be something that records to local memory, does not have internet access on the piece of hardware whatsoever. Home, you pull the card out, you put it in your machine, you pull the data off, put it back in the machine, put more. It's the only thing I'll do. That's why we don't have, I won't do a Ring, I won't do alarm systems that have Wi-Fi attached to them. Because all these people are like, oh, well, I want to control my thermostat when I'm at work. You know what California did recently? Turning everybody's thermostat up to 84. The state did that. No, get out of my house. Yeah, it's terrifying. There's no security, like Internet of Things, which is anything that's like refrigerators, toasters, thermostats, rings, all of that, that's Internet of Things. Stuff that's not actively using internet, but you use the internet to access it, right? So all of that, there's no security on it at all. Anybody can access it, given, seriously, first semester IT knowledge. Super easy to get into those things. I refuse to own any of it. I won't do it. Smart TVs. I'm really at the end of my rope with smartphones. I'm about to go back to flip phone. Because it's getting, and every day it gets worse.
Yeah, mine won't work. Half the time I can't answer a call because when you swipe it up, and the little phone goes, won't answer.
Because it's software now. It's not a phone anymore. It's a computer. And they just kind of installed a thing that can do a phone thing sort of sometimes. And that rarely works. It's give me a phone. It is a piece of hardware that is dedicated to performing a function. Because when you have hardware dedicated to performing a function, unless it breaks, like physically breaks and fails, it works.
All I need is a phone. I don't need all this fancy stuff.
The reason I keep a smartphone, Facebook Messenger. Facebook Messenger is a faster text service than cell phone tower texting. But cell phone tower texting has been getting upgrades in the past couple of years, so that might not even be the case anymore. So, but the only reason I don't do flip phones is because I don't miss typing by number. I don't miss that. I like having a physical keyboard that I can type on. It's touchscreen crap. This phone in particular is about 40 pixels off where you touch to where it actually registers. And there's no calibration. It's dumb.
I just want a phone that I can say, oh, so-and-so. Yeah.
I think Jitterbug's still doing business. Flip phone about yay big, but with big buttons, so it's easy to not fat finger it. It's just a phone. I don't know if you have to use like their service, or if they just manufacture the phones and you attach it to whatever carrier you have. Imagine it's probably you attach to whatever carrier, because everything's GSM these days, which is global service something or other. So it's everything works everywhere, kind of. Almost. We're not quite there yet, but almost.
I got a sister. Maybe got to know her. I found her. I didn't know my family. And when I found her, I found all of them. And there's 11 of us. Well, anyway, they all died off in about 3-4 years. Now I've only got. Well, oh, I'm so glad you called. Oh, we've got to keep this all each other day to day, and maybe. First she started told me if I. Now I can go a week on her. Only answer. Call me. That pisses me off.
I despise family altogether, so I can't.
I like my grandson. He is cool. He is super. And not only that, if I need money, all I gotta do is tell him how much I need. I just pay him back as I can. But he has a big construction company where they build buildings. They've got a lot of employees.
I know a guy's working on that.
He makes big bucks, man.
Got a buddy that's like that. Worked in southern Arizona and go to wherever he was at and start working for him. But I'm deathly allergic to southern Arizona. Trying to stay away from that place as much as I can. Yeah, he builds metal stuff. These days, most of it on post. But there's some people in the town, there's money in that town. Sierra Vista's a really weird town. There's huge, what do you call that? Yeah, that's another word. But there's a huge difference between the people that have careers, normal, regular jobs, and the people that are scraping by. There's really not a whole lot of in between. There's not a whole lot of middle class in that town. So the town is a military base, and what has evolved from a retirement community into kind of a town-ish of sorts. And there's not that much to do in the town. There's enough jobs for a couple thousand people. There's 40,000 people in the town. 15, 20,000 of them are kids, teenagers, young adults, right? 20s. There's so many people, there's so much unemployment in that town that you have to, I want to say 15 or 20% of the town drives 80 miles to Tucson every day to go to work. And it's just, the city council does its absolute damnedest to keep any business out of that town. And it took them, so you have Sierra Vista, which is population about 40,000, it's like 36 or 38. And then you have Douglas, Arizona, which sits like on the border, like part of the town is in Mexico, part of the town is in the US, kind of like Nogales down Paso. That is a town of about 18,000 people. They had a Walmart Supercenter, grocery and regular Mega Mart type stuff.
Yeah.
12 years before Sierra Vista approved breaking ground to expand the existing Walmart, which was a little store, and approve the super Walmart with grocery and all that. 12 years it took them to approve it. It took them 8 years to approve a Best Buy, and then there was a bunch of contention because Best Buy was like, yeah, we want to build, we're gonna purchase this land right here and we're gonna build a store. And the city council told them, no, you're not doing that. You're gonna build it here and you're going to attach it to the mall. That's the only place we'll let you build it. So they attached it to the mall, but they didn't put any doors into the mall.
Right.
It's part of the same building, but there's no doors that go into the mall.
Well,
And that was Best Buy's way of saying screw you to the city council.
right.
Because the city council does that. There was Red Lobster was like, they were like, hey, this town has enough population, we think we can make money down here. Like, we want to come in, we want to build about right here. And they're like, something about Red Lobster was about to purchase the land and the city rezoned it into church. And there's nothing there, it's an empty lot. And nobody can build anything there now because it's zoned as church center or something like that. And I'm like, what is wrong with you people? And every time a phone company comes out, they need to erect a tower somewhere. The retirees all get together, and they go, because who has time to go to city council meetings in the middle of the week, in the middle of the day? Not people who have regular jobs, they don't, especially people who work on base, where it takes an hour to get on and off base. You can't go to the city council meeting, so it's the people who are retired go in there and they're like, well, we don't want these towers blocking our view of the mountains.
What does it matter?
What is it? You can drive 10 minutes over this way and get the view of you can drive up the mountains and get a better view. It's nicer up there. Drive up there. There's a park. But yeah, there was 2 or 3 neighborhoods that they got together and they made a petition to tear down a cell tower because it blocked a view or something. I'm like, what you're telling me is you people don't want infrastructure in this town. At all. You don't want any kind of infrastructure in this town. The school, there's a high school, there's one high school for 40,000 people.
Wow.
One high school. Each class is about 80 students to one teacher.
Ooh.
You can't teach kids at those ratios.
No.
You could teach like
20.
the 4 that are going to go out and go home and learn it on their own. Those 4 will be successful. They'll go out, they'll go to college, they'll get careers, they'll go on about their lives. The other 70-something who are struggling aren't going to say anything because the other 70-something that are also struggling also aren't saying anything. And they can't, it's silly. It's incredibly silly. And so the whole town is just a mess. And it's one of those where you either get out or you end up becoming a drug addict or a criminal of some kind to try to make ends meet.
I'm a drug user. I take drugs. It's the aspirin.
I'm a drug user. I drink caffeine every day. Here, a couple of years ago, New York was trying to charge people with DUIs for having caffeine in their system. DUI for caffeine. Like, bro, have you met our species? Everybody's caffeinated. Everybody. You're gonna have to arrest your entire city and put them in jail. It's just, it was another way of New York to try to drum up income because they're just, New York, LA, Houston, Chicago, Detroit, all these cities are like, oh, we need all these public programs to pay the poor for being poor. And you're like, where's that money coming from? Well, it's in the treasury. Oh yeah? Whose treasury? Last bills you posted, you were in deficit. You were spending more money than you were making. Where's that money coming from again? The treasury. Yeah, treasury. Did you also hear that Chicago sold their street parking meters system? Like
Sold them?
2008 to a private company?
Kidding me?
Yeah. And over the first 3 years, the company that bought them has made more money than they paid Chicago for the system in the first place. And it's a 75-year contract.
Oh wow. Got made.
Yeah, Chicago. So I just watched a video on it because it's just a guy named Australian guy living in the UK called Matt Parker. He's a mathematician, and he goes all around the world giving like lectures and talks, and but he makes it interesting. And him and another channel on YouTube did a video about it. I can't remember. It's like City Concept or City something. I can't remember. But American guy in like Chicago or something, some big city. He made a video about it too, and it's dumb because they did the math and they were like, at this growth rate, which is the expected normal economic growth rate of what have you, inflation and whatever. The city of Chicago, by the end of this, could have made this much money, some billions of dollars, by keeping the system owned by the city. And the private company that took it over has made the money they spent, so it was like $178
Wow.
or something they bought it for, or something like that. I don't remember exactly what the number was, but it's an investment firm. That's what it is. And so they bought the system, and the projection was they'd have it paid back in like 7 or 11 years or something like that. But they've had it paid back in 3. And all the rest of it now is just income since then. Short-sightedness of politicians and legislators.
Our government is never known to have brains.
MK Ultra. Philadelphia Project. That was a smart one. Now, the Philadelphia Project was experimental cloaking technology. What they did was they stuck a bunch of RF antennas on a boat in a bay and turned them on. And their idea was that they could block people from seeing the boat by using just RF antennas. They're radio antennas is all they are. I'm like, you guys know human eyes don't work on radio waves, right? That's not how that works. And there's a report from this whole thing that says apparently the ship disappeared for like 8 seconds or 8 minutes or something, and then it reappeared. And you're like, yeah, but the CIA was dosing people with LSD a lot during those days, so don't know how much I believe of that. Like, CIA was dosing each other secretly. They weren't even telling each other they were giving each other LSD.
Yeah, I think Amish, you're right. People
Not these days. It's the other way around. We are the minority now. White man, we're the bad man.
I know.
We're the evil. Great white devil.
Oh, we can axe her again. Everybody.
I don't know. I think the Japanese like us.
Really think so?
We're helping them build their Air Force again. Because it was 2020, the World War II ban on Japan having an Air Force was lifted. And now Japan can have an Air Force, and I think we've been selling them a bunch of equipment pretty cheap to help them build it back up. Good. I think Japan in World War II, it was one of those, because Japan in World War II was not pre-industrial, but early, like neo-industrial. They were just post-feudal. by that point, and so they still had some of that samurai shogun mentality going on in the government, kind of, you know, the old ways, right? So they still had a bunch of the old ways thinking going on in the governments, and they joined the wrong side. The people that were running the show looked at it and they were like, we think this is going to be the way to go, prosperous, because that's all they cared about. They're like, they didn't want to hurt anybody. They wanted to be prosperous. And what kind of pushed Japan into the warm embrace of Hitler's Germany was that we stopped. So I think they were on the fence prior to us kind of embargoing them. 839 there, because it was we were trying to physically stay out of the war. We were just like, we don't want to have anything to do with this. We're over here doing our own thing, and but we'll help out our friends because we have treaties. So we stopped buying Japanese steel or something, and so we stopped giving Japan a bunch of money, and we stopped trading with them. And then they were just like, they were gonna die, like without the income that was coming in. So they were like, we don't know what to do. Hitler came in and said, hey, we can help you out. We'll give you all you need. All you got to do is be on our side. And so I don't know if that was the tipping point that made Japan join the Axis powers or not, but it was a big catalyst for the cause of the attack on Pearl Harbor. And so we screwed Japan, essentially. They're like, all right, I guess we're screwing you right back.
You know, I don't, the one thing that I really am against, and I was against, I wasn't alive when it happened.
Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yeah.
Those things.
When they killed millions.
What's really funny is not the word, but it's the word we use in English when we talk about stuff like that. It's really funny that did that and people saw the results, and the planet is still feeling the results of dropping those bombs. There's still effects from those bombs today.
Look at me.
And we have built larger, more powerful, and we are stockpiled larger and more powerful weapons than those bombs today. And after the Cold War, granted, how stuff like this goes. After the Cold War, we and the Soviets, what is now Russia, had a pact to dismantle these weapons, so many per year, for so many years. And I don't know. I don't work in these facilities that do this stuff, right? And I will say that, so nuclear weapons today aren't, most of them in general, are not going to cause the same kind of damage that the hydrogen bomb and the plutonium bomb generated at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Because we have clean weapons now. We use pretty much all of the material to make the energy for the explosion, as opposed to just exponential decay of a radioactive material. So they're clean bombs today, or tactical today, and they're far less dangerous long term, but I'm still of the mind, so I understand, being that I understand our species, we are still tribes in our caves warring against each other for women and procreational rights. All we are. You took my apple out of my tree. That's my tree. I'm gonna hurt you for that. You invaded my cave and you took my women to have children with them. I'm gonna hurt you for that. That's what we are. We have cars. We have phones. We have motorcycles. We have houses. But that's all we are still. We're still monkeys screeching at each other from the trees. This is my tree, not your tree. Get out of my tree. Still the same damn thing. And I understand that until something major changes for us as a species, it could be some technological advancement. It could be evolution, which evolution is going to take another 10,000 years to make a major change for the better. But until then, humans seek to hurt each other. They want power over others.
Yeah.
That's your standard
That's the truth.
standard human, is they want to have power over something else. And generally, that's their fellow members of their species.
And neighbors.
And it's
And
just,
all that crap.
it's dumb.
I'll blow it the other way.
I mean, there's no wind blowing stuff into my face right now.
I just haven't had one for Well, I better let you get back to work, huh?
But this gasket really needs to relax. I've been out here for 3 or 4 hours. Part of the reason I'm not in a hurry really to get back down there is it needs to relax fully before I try to get back down there. But so many things that I want and or need to do, and so little time and or money to do them.
I don't have any money.
Welcome to the club.
I don't even have $100. I don't even have. I've got to go until the 3rd of the month.
And I've got the remainder of my useful credit removed and put into checking, and it will be gone in 2 months. I don't come up with something, which I'm not worried about it. My life has been, I've learned not to worry about it, because my life has been a series of, aside from the 3 years that I worked in Vegas, my entire life has been a series of, how much money do you have? This thing's gonna break that's gonna cost 30% more than that. Always how I live. I always need 30% more than what I have to fix the things I need to fix. But I always find a way. Pay my bills, I always find a way to survive.
I have so far.
I always find a way.
But it's just, I mean, I get end of the month, I am hurt. I mean, like, I'm out of everything, and I only had 20.
HSA money to eat.
I had to go over to the got bills. Got 3 more payments on 2 loans. We're done.
I've been tempted to go out and somebody would give me a loan. Because honestly, like, I truly believe that I can make this work. I can make
Well, I know
YouTube
you can.
a
You know what
thing.
you're doing.
It's one of those that I've always wanted to do something other than the 9 to 5. Oh, boring.
Yeah.
So I've always wanted to do something other than 9 to 5, but you need the startup capital. And that's always been my whatever, slowdown, the thing that holds me back.
Did you graduate from high school? Have you got any discipline?
Other than, what's that word? Opposite of an affinity. I have a severe aversion to heat. I've had a heat stroke 3 times. Next time it's going to kill me. Probably.
There's a discipline. could go to Oak Rehab.
That's the biggest thing. So I've talked to banks and things like just getting like a business loan, just a regular old business loan, and they're like, if you were opening like a shop and getting a business license, that's something we could do. If it was, you know, you're opening a PC repair place, like a proper business. The problem with going in and saying, yeah, I'm trying to build a brand logging on the internet, they're like, really nothing, because we're still in a place where that's not really, there's no measure of how successful could be logging. It's really wide range of possibilities, right? An automotive shop, people always have cars always break, there will always be business in an automotive shop.
Yeah, all you got to do is write up, you know, get there, go in and have a doctor say, runs out, go through Oak Rehab. No, the way I did it, I had to write up a 5-year plan for how I was going to make it grow, how what I was going to do, I was going to take, well, you know, write it all up, did it, and I'm disabled, gave me the money.
And so one of the biggest problems I've had most of my life is that there's stuff that exists. I know it exists that can help, you know, bloggers start up, like businesses that are non-standard business models. Right? There's all this stuff that can help you start all this stuff. And I've never known how or where that stuff is. I know it exists, but no amount of research seems to have provided me with answers. So, I need to.
I have not been there, but I've heard several people tell me that there is a library in Falls, grants, government grants. All you have to do is fill out the forms, get the forms over, fill them all out, get them in, turn in, and then 2 or 3 of them will give you the money.
I mean, that's how I went to college. I applied for scholarships that I didn't even technically qualify for half of them, and I got them because nobody applied for them. Whenever there's no applicants that meet the qualifications, they say, okay, well, if we throw out one qualification, who meets 90% of them? Well, there's nobody there. Okay, who meets 80% of them? And they just go down the list until the first people pop up that have applied, and half of them nobody applied for because nobody knew about them.
Yeah.
So there's all this, I know there's money sitting around just waiting to be used. I gotta figure out how to access it. So that I'll have to look up too.
Yeah, because it's in Twin Falls. It's a library of nothing but grants. You don't have to pay them back.
5 grants.
I don't know the difference between owning a grant. But
Grants are usually set up by like foundations.
yeah, there's a lot of foundations over there. Also a lot of government.
Loans are a lot of times set up by financial institutions, banks and what have you. People who are they view what you're doing with their money as an investment, where grants are words for all this stuff.
When you get old, you lose that.
Every day that passes, I lose more and more words. Terrifying, because that's who I am, is words, information. I will tell you that since starting up this, my words have started to come back to me. So it's like it's you use the muscle and it starts to work. So the past couple of, and that's part of the reason I hate the 9 to 5, because it's just it's just trudgery is all it is. See, trudgery. I know that word. 6 months ago, I wouldn't have been able to find it in my head because I was trudging along, just mind brain dead.
I'd look it up on the internet or something about. If you get Dave to go over there and go through the library and pick up.
Yeah, that's like I said, I still have, so before I moved to Vegas, I took out a $400 student loan that did not go to school at all. I used it to fix my car. Because I was moving away from my network, that I knew that I could get things done cheap or free. Moving to Vegas, that was the plan. So I was like, okay, I'm moving to Vegas, I'm not gonna have a network. It takes a year or so before you can start hoping to build a network again. So I need this car to not break in that year or so. So I rebuilt the engine, got another just a generator transmission to swap into it, got some suspension bits, and replaced a bunch of stuff on the car. And there's still, that was 2018 I graduated. So it was the spring semester of 2018 is when I took it out. It was the last semester of school. It was already paid for. I had no reason to take out a student loan, but I was like, I have no money right now because it was full-time school, no job. I was working at Lowe's before that, and they were like, oh yeah, well, since you have school, 7 to 10, and then 14 to 18. We want you to be here at 01 to stock shelves, and then go home. They were gonna have my off time half an hour before class started, and then they wanted me to come back half an hour after the first class and go until half an hour before the second class. I was like, no.
What's up? So
Yeah.
where do you get anything done?
When do I sleep? When do I do homework? When do I take a shower? When do I eat? No! You people are insane. So I quit the job and just did full-time school alone. Scholarships were enough. I was living with my grandmother, so no rent, no bills, no whatever. All I had was car insurance and the phone bill and gas in the car. And scholarships paid for all that.
My grandson, in fact, right now, wants me to go into his wife's family. They'll pay for everything. Know what they're gonna do? Trying to get me to Washington. Not the reason why they got kids. Both of them were. If I move in, I can take care of it.
Yeah, but it's Washington. They're like communist. Pretty sure Washington requires firearm registration. Communist. It's so the measurement for my probability of living or moving somewhere is firearm laws. State has really any firearm laws that restrict your access to or ownership of, interferes in any way with the fact that you own or carry a firearm. I will not travel through the state. I will not live in the state. I won't stay the night in the state. I won't go into the state at all. I won't do it. The second one is helmet laws. Helmets make my neck sore, and they reduce my visibility. I ride a bike without a helmet. I ride a bike in shorts and a t-shirt and
I
Crocs.
don't know if I'd do that.
I am crazy, apparently. Oops, didn't take it out here. But specifically, I can't do helmets. I've tried half helmets. I've tried full face. I can't do it. In any
In
state.
Idaho, I had to wear a helmet.
Why?
Oh,
Not anymore. Helmet laws. Well, 18 and over or 18 and over. There's no helmet laws, which is part of the reason I'm like, yeah, I can do Idaho.
anyway, I got me a set once with built-in mics, and it would, when you talk in the ring, stop talking and come back on. Got a set of those, like, I just, you know, great.
Yeah, helmet in storage. The battery's probably bad on it by now, but it's got Bluetooth, got the mic and the speakers. They're just terrible. Horrible.
Well, me and my wife would, when we'd go on trips and we could talk to each other or listen. Play with, other bikers. If they had the similar helmets on the same frequency.
You're no for lunch.
Your dog's so cute.
No, you already ate lunch. You're due for dinner.
Probably.
I'm hungry. I don't know if I want to go get something to eat or not.
You better go get something to eat, and I better let you go. I don't know, I can't stop you, but I don't know why I say let you. You gonna do that? Oh, I'll let you go now. What do you think? I'm on here just because you make me be on here?
I was talking to my mom, what's today, Wednesday? I was talking to my mom Monday. She just will put my stream on in the background or whatever, and whenever she's not doing something, she'll come over and hang out and chat. And then whenever she's got something to do, she just goes and does it, but it's just in the background.
Yeah.
And I was talking to her, and I was like, I've got my father's aversion, my father's extreme social anxiety and antisocial behavior up in here. But I've also got her father's gift of gab. That man can walk up, didn't matter who it was, he could walk up to anybody, hi, how you doing, how you doing, blah, blah, blah. Just talk for hours. So I've got that going on too. They're always fighting each other. Everything about my personality is directly contrary to some other part of my personality. You're just, I can't
That's
stand.
all right. You got a good personality.
I can't stand noises. I hate just noises. Just noises for the sake of noises. I'll walk around and just make noises for no reason.
I used to talk to myself all the time out loud.
I generally do the Arthur Conan Doyle Mind Palace thing. I've got a forum, a senate of me. Whenever I need to make any kind of a big decision, we put it to a vote, have discussions about it. Some of them aren't very nice. They're like, no, you're an idiot. Tell me that. Get out of here. We kicked them out. I still do it sometimes on bigger numbers, but for math, I used to do it. Apparently I get this from my mother's father. He'd do the same thing. And he died when I was 3, so it's not one of those, I saw him do it and I learned. It's just genetics. It's how my brain's wired, right? So he would do math in the air. He'd go,
Yeah.
like, he'd do it like you're doing it on a piece of paper, just with his finger in the air. And for big stuff sometimes, but now, more and more often, I use tricks for math, shortcuts, instead of actually just doing the math long form.
Right.
So multiplying double-digit numbers together is the best example, where most people will be like, if you're doing 12 times 12, most people fall into one of two categories. The memorization people who remember the chart, 144, or the people that do the mental math, and it's 12 times 12, and they'll count the 12s. There's an easier way to do that. There's a much easier way to do that. Do 12 times 10. 12 times 10 is 120. 12 times 2, which is the remainder from the 12, is 24. 120, 24, so 144.
I don't know, I just know that.
That's.
I mean, I don't either.
It was fun. In high school, my senior year, I was in pre-AP Algebra 2. Well, that's supposed to be college courses, college algebra. But you get to a point in the first couple of weeks where you're doing systems of equations. So it's 2x plus 3y equals 5, and 4x plus 2y equals 6. And so
and then you solve for one variable, then you solve for the other variable to get both variables. Y equals this, X equals this. Teacher would be writing it on the board, or he'd be writing it like on the projectors, the projectors with bulbs. And he'd be writing it up there, and he'd get through the first one and write the first piece, the first variable of the second set of equation. And I'd be like, oh, it's like not even thinking about it. It'd come out of my mouth. I'm like, oh, it's this. And everybody around the class would look at me like, number's not even in there. How, what? And they'd sit there, it was only 6 of us in the class, but they'd sit there and one by one, as they worked it out, they'd just like stop and stare at me. And I'd have it already written down, and I'd just be sitting there just kind of whatever, doodling or just, you know, playing with paper, doing whatever the heck I was doing. And they'd all stare at me, and you could feel the stares, and I look up and everybody's looking at me. I'm like, what? Like, how'd you do that so fast? I don't know, I just saw it and it's there. Like, there's patterns. We use base 10, and base 10 is super easy for the human brain to work in. We have 10. Natural in our brains, that's why we use it. It makes sense.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know, man, it works. And like, all you're doing is cross multiplying and then straight dividing, essentially. It's slightly more complicated, but like, you can look at the numbers and be like, that's going to be a 20, that's a 4, it's a 5, obviously. This is a 2 and a 6, that's going to be a 12, there's going to be a 3 in there somewhere. It's going to be a 3 and a 4. Right? It's
yeah,
everything.
I don't know algebra anymore.
I don't remember. I got books in there. College algebra books, and I got calculus books. And
I went to Bridgerland. I never went to school because I was street. And, but I decided I needed to learn a lot because the company that I had, my wife was doing all the paperwork. So I just went and did the job and got the contracts and that. She was like skimming like a son of a bitch. And I didn't know it, so I went to Bridgerland and learned it all. Learned how to read, learned how to do math and everything. Learned the algebra and the geometry. Anyway, that's when I realized when I told her, you're not doing the books anymore. Eventually she got to hate me worse for doing things. Eventually she did kill me. You know, I was dead 4 times.
don't do that.
He made me a lunch. And I'm going to see my daughter. I'll be back. Why don't you go in and I made you a nice lunch. Walk out of it. Alright. Well, I ate it. Half hour I was totally gone. Home and thought I was dead because I was. So she called the asking nurse. Asking nurse to call a paramedic. Well, she told him, why don't I just drag you to the car and I can take you to the hospital? And they said, we're going to call the paramedic. You get him ready to go. Well, they got there and revived me. But I kept dying on the way to the hospital, and when I got in the hospital, I kept dying. They couldn't stabilize me a little bit, and I'd die again. Because the chemicals that she used was just something that just kept going. She told him that I was suicidal all the time. I said, just got the idea. But I was in a coma. Like, why did he want to go? Yet, I was to go into a rest home until I could get stabilized and get ready to be able to handle life normally after I got out of the coma. That was her doing, not theirs. She wanted me in a rest home and not come home at all, whatever. She convinced the hospital, don't let him leave the hospital because, or the rest home, don't let him leave the rest home because he was liable. Okay. Got the horse
I bet.
but she did. She got a book. I didn't know anything. I didn't even know her name. I didn't.
Wow.
Didn't know I had kids. Didn't know anything.
Wife got sick like that.
And I still don't know how to use it. Before, I was using it all the time.
Feeling that one of her friends actually caused it. But one of those things, how do you prove it? Suspicions don't provide justice generally.
Got away with it anyway. But she hates my guts. It's the kids that I end up using. A lot of my kids are in their 50s. So not on their own. Never. She's been killing them the last few months. Oh, I was up. Oral cover. Boy, I have nothing to do with it, you know.
Huh? Unless you have to go get help.
Tried to convince Ernie one week, gave her paper. I was just coming after her. She don't have no money. She don't even work.
Actually, I know somebody else like that too. The guy I used to work with, his ex-wife had that same thing. Oh, you just want my money. It's like, what money do you have? You don't even have a job. You refuse to work.
Yeah.
Some people. Some people's kids, right?
I didn't. I will never marry. I have no use for it.
Marriage today, best, I can't speak in general, but marriage today is simply a piece of paper that you pay your government to provide you. All it is.
It has
Doesn't
no meaning.
no, it was designed as a method originally by one religion or another to stem disease. Get married and you're only ever with that person and that's it. And because there was, humans are very weak, fragile creatures. We get sick a lot.
And let it be your causing it.
Doing
I
things
know
with
it.
maybe she's doing things with goats she's not supposed to.
You know, I started teaching my daughter this. Trained to turn it. She was her master. Started teaching her how to do that.
Voodoo or hoodoo? Voodoo is white magic, hoodoo is black magic.
No, just she ran it in South Carolina and just kept it up all the years. Wherever we went. Her master, they would talk on the phone all the time. I try and stop them, but
When beheaded chicken, blood all over the place?
not that I know of.
And maybe southern country? Renteria? Over from the Haitian? That's too far east for that.
In South Carolina,
And people are everywhere, right? So
we were right on the border of the swamps and that. A lot of voodoo.
old magics.
Out there. And religious
most of those documents were designed to be guidelines to prevent people from murdering each other. So as long as you don't act on the feelings,
I guess I better take wine. Who wants to go home and get a drink? I know that.
yeah.
Anyway, take care of yourself. And I hope you get it done fast so you don't have your neck all, your back all twisted out.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
I hope so. Just remember, the more you do it, the more chance you have.
I mean, it's the
Think
reason I
about
stopped doing
that.
it for a living in the first place. Is
Think
because it
about
was-
the two. Smoke rehab, if you're qualified. All you got to do is have a doctor say that it's not a disability.
right.
That's easy to do. Not the right doctor.
Yeah, I haven't been to a doctor in 2 years.
But, and then that grant, that library up in Twin Falls.
I have to look those up.
I hope it works for you.
Okay. Yo. Oh.
Sorry about the delay there, folks. Actually, I need to make sure that, yeah, look at that. It's still fucking dripping. Still dripping. It's disgusting. It's insanity on a stick. I mean, it doesn't help that this brake cleaner doesn't actually work correctly. Oh. Okay. Had a guy stop by and chit chat for a little bit, and me, being my mother's father's grandchild, I don't know how to stop that. I'll gab and gab and gab. It's a thing I do. I need to go grab something to flatten out this burr and this burr right here so we can seal this transmission back up. I'm gonna try to find me a less dirty rag. Ugh. And to make sure that we're still recording. We are still recording. Ugh. So what can I use to clean up that burr? Burr! I don't have any files. Funnily enough, I don't own any files. So, tell you what we'll do. Do a little bit of creative creatoring. That's what we're going to do. Oh! Yo. Dolly-o. This guy. It is aluminium. Means it's fairly soft. Means we can kind of gently shave it. Because I don't actually own files. Funnily enough. Still dripping. It's okay, the Honda Bond's over there in the sun, so it should be warm here in just a little bit. The gasket is almost ready to use. Don't ever do this. I have a little bit of experience fixing aluminum with a razor blade. But I don't recommend you do it unless you're willing to screw it up. What you do, if you are going to attempt it, you really think you're up to it, is you take little tiny itty bitty shave. Kind of like shaving hair. Really shallow angle. And you let the rest of the flange guide the blade. You don't press at an angle if you can avoid it. A little bit of a bump there. There we go. Yep, there we go. Nice and smooth. Which means our gasket should go on nicely. Give the inside of our pan one last little gentle wipe. And then comes the fun part. After we put the filter back on. Put a little bit of ATF on the O-ring there. You just use the stuff that's dripping out. Easy peasy. Now, never try to put an O-ring in without lube. Bam-a-lam. Slides in easy. No problem. Just a little bit of schmutz on the pan. Oh my geez. Yeah, someone took a screwdriver to this oil pan at some point. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. But that's yet another reason why I've got to use RTV to seal this. Because other people don't know what they're doing. Sometimes I feel like I'm alone in the world. That other people just simply cannot figure out the absolute simplest of problems. And it confuses me. I'm like, how did our species get to where we're at today? If, like, I'm the only one, or the guys that came up with this were the only ones. Like, there's got to be more, right? There's got to be more than just one or two of us in a generation, right? But then I look at my species, and I'm like, no, probably not. There's a reason I will not have children. I'm not going to contribute to the problem. I will not provide the one for the next generation. I won't do it. And if that decision dooms the species in the long run, oh well. Whatever. Yo. That's a bit of a fatalist way to talk, isn't it? I'm not a fatalist by nature. I'm a realist by nature. Get the gasket kind of cleany. Oh, I'm gonna RTV the pan and then I'll show you guys how much RTV we're using here. Easy part is the pan. The fun part is the transmission. Oh, grab the camera. Oh. So, most people in documentation will say, oh, you're going to apply an 1/8 inch bead. Don't apply a bead. Apply a smatter. This is a smatter. Right. Real thin, tiny, thin little layer. And at this temperature, we have like a 25-minute working time, so not too crazy worried about the time scale here. Flip our gasket down. Line up the holes as best we can. And then what we're going to do okay, so we've got our gasket down. We're just going to kind of squidge them around a little bit, especially around the bolt holes. I'm going to take him off the plastic because he's walking around with me. There we go. So we just kind of squidge them around. Spread the RTV evenly between all of the
gasket and the pan flange there. Oh, you heard that? Little, here goes an air bubble. Don't like air bubbles. So, get our little squidgy on. Walk it all the way around and make sure it's squidgy down. When we torque it down, it's going to squidgy it anyway. It'll push any air bubbles out by force. But this is actually kind of a semi-crucial step to squidgy it down a little bit beforehand. Because if you don't, you can get lack of smearing. And you definitely want it to smear. Oh yeah, I forgot to take that inside.
Oh, that's fine. It's just conditioner.
Your conditioner.
Oh, I'm Amanda.
No, your conditioner. Alright. Do that. And then we put the same smattering of RTV all the way around. This flange from the transmission. Need more squeezing power. And again, we don't go crazy thick with it. You never want to go thick with RTV. Unless, of course, it's a GM oil pan, in which case that's how they designed it. The maroons. What ultra maroons? Okay, I'm semi-blind here. Still dripping. The reason I use Honda Bond on this, because Honda Bond actually does a really good job of rejecting oil. It's petroleum phobic, I guess you'd call it. Because I have had these guys continue to drip on me, like this one's doing, and drip across the flange even. I put Honda Bond on it, and it pushes the ATF out of the seal and actually seals the mating surfaces very, very well. Also, clean off your tubes before you put the cap back on. Otherwise, you break the cap and your RTV cures in the tube. We don't want that. We don't want that at all. Alright, now, we'll get our handy dandy pan here. And it sits this way. And we line up our bolt holes. And we start threading our bolts in. See how easy that was? As soon as I get two opposing bolts threaded in by hand, oh, this is the funny hole, I forgot. That's okay, let's thread it in. We can go grab our ratchet. Which I need to go look up the torque spec for this guy here in a second.
but I'm going to put them all in by hand first. So that the RTV can squidgy out of the hole. That's the weird guy. We're going to stick him in one of these through holes. Because he's a 12 and he doesn't need to be a 12. I'm actually going to get the ratchet. It'll make it faster. Hoi! Because Bendy Ratchet can do this. You also, when you're putting these guys in here, don't tighten, do not snug the bolts. You put them down to where they would stop by finger on the extension, because you need the gasket to be able to move around so you don't push it out of where it's supposed to be and ruin the seal. You can see I stop when it stops turning by finger on the ratchet there. Funny business. Funny business. Why is it funny business? No funny business. Okay. Whew. Kind of the downside to doing this with RTV on both sides is if you do kind of mess something up and you have to pull it back down to readjust. A, it's just crazy messy. But B, you're limited to working time before you have to go get a new gasket to replace the one that you RTV'd. Luckily, I made sure all the holes were good and clean. Before doing this, made sure the gasket was lined up on the pan. Normally for something like this, what I would use is there's a purple spray that's a gasket, like a tacky adhesive for gaskets, meant for these kind of thin, flexible gaskets, such that you can kind of adhere it to the pan so it doesn't shift around on you when you're trying to put it up. And then make sure all the holes are lined up. And I've always wondered if and or what the purple tack does for the sealing. It's made for gaskets, so I imagine they tested it out thoroughly before they shipped it to customers. But now that that's on there, go find the torque real quick. We've still got working time before the RTV cures, but you put it on there and you let it sit for a minute before you torque it. Anyway, that's how Honda Bond works. So, let's go find that torque spec. No run over cables.
Chrysler 6, 10th century. Mechanical, automatic transmission. The pan, 165 inch-pounds. All right. So, 165, 13 foot-pounds. $160 and 5. All right. Where did my little guy go? Same thing, crosshatch pattern. So we're gonna go around alternating bolts and kind of you want to do this evenly on pans like this, like square pans. Rectangular pans where you have what do you call it? Two long sides and two short sides, where most of your bolts sit along the long sides. You want to go center out. A pan like this, where it's mostly square, you want to go in a crosshatch as much as you can. Right now, I am simply skipping bolts, doing every other. I need to go grab the 12 1/4 inch real quick. So let me go do that so I can hit this bolt. Once I've got this guy with fluids back in him, probably tomorrow I'll be going to the junkyard to grab a replacement for this bolt. Yeah. Okay, now I'm going to start torquing. I'm going to start in the middle here. And I don't know how well you can see it in the camera there, but the RTV is squishing out. That's not right. There's no way it's 165 inch-pounds. We're gonna do 110. This is crushing the gasket. That is way too tight. There's no way. There's also something you'll learn with time and experience. What it looks like when a gasket is not going to seal. It looks like this, where the gasket is flexing out from between the flanges. That's what it looks like. That's too much even. What? Oh, that specification's got to be wrong. There's no way. Yeah, that's more like it. 85.
No. That is squishing the crap out of that gasket. That is not how that works. What the hell? I don't like this. Oh, because this is a rubber gasket and the OEM was a paper gasket. So, yeah, this gets far less. Different gasket types. Another lesson. Different gasket types get different torque values. Ah. Oh, my arm. Oh, stand by. Let's see if this instructional book is an updated It does not have an updated torque spec. So it's one of those you gotta go by experience, honestly. Even that's kind of too much. Come on. And then you just go around. Yeah, so the factory, the way the OEM put this pan on, was they used their really, really not good RTV. They put a bead on the pan. They bolt it up, they wait some period of time, and then they torque it. And it's something like 15-20 minutes. They wait for it to skin over. And then they apply a torque. Yeah, this is honestly way too much. What are we at? 70. I don't know, man. But this is going to sit overnight. Before I do anything with it, before I put any kind of fluid. of course, the documentation for the filter that has a gasket does not give you an updated torque spec. But with a rubber gasket, you do not want it to, when you torque it, you don't want to see the gasket just like squidging out of the hole or out of the flange. If your gasket starts squidging out of the flange, you have severely over-torqued it. And this is just starting to squidge at this torque. I really don't like it. But that's why we use the RTV, right? And somebody came in here at one point right here and just jammed a screwdriver in there. Like, no, guy. Use this hole. Use this hole. You pry on the pan to break the seal surface, and then you slowly work it down. But this will sit overnight so it can cure. We'll fill it up tomorrow and I'll drive it around. And we'll check to verify whether or not the job is a good one. I'm gonna go grab the drain bolt for the engine oil pan and we'll swap him out real quick. Drip in just in case there's some drippies. No drippies. And that's it for down here. Well, I still have to diagnose the vibration. I have no idea what that could be. Under full throttle, something feels like on the passenger side is shaking really bad. Wipe that down. And now we wait. There is a piece of gasket right here that is just squidgy. Just squidgy. I don't know that I like it. But it be what it be right now. And it's either gonna leak or it's not. Right, so we let it sit overnight. We will come back to it tomorrow and fill it up with ATF. We'll put in 3 quarts, start it up, run it, check the level. It's gonna read low because we're on jack stands on an angled driveway and the dipstick is right here at the front. So if we read, whenever we fill it up in neutral, we should read about half a quart low when it's going to be full. So we will we'll do that tomorrow. Right now, I think I want to start. What time is it? Short days. It always feels like it's a lot later than what it really is. So I'm going to go kill this recording and we'll stop and think about it for a moment and decide if we want to continue, and if we do continue, what we're going to continue with. Leaving? Still there. We'll see you later. I need to clean some of this stuff up. Wash my hands a little bit. Oh, no, I'm not going anywhere. I don't think. I'm debating on if I want to do something else in here or go inside and play a game. Because Satisfactory Update 8 dropped yesterday, and I'm really itching to get in there and start a new game. And if I'm doing that, I'm going to do it on a stream. Because I think it's fun. Honestly, I think it's entertaining. What I do have to do is I have to put the cluster back in because I got all the lights in there and working. I have to take apart the front doors and pull the windows out to pull the window track out to clean the window track, which I might not pull the whole track out. I might do it. I've done it a funny way before. I still have to pull the door panel off, which I really don't like doing on Chryslers because they just disintegrate. So terribly designed. Actually, I have an idea. We're gonna try to do it. We're gonna try to clean the tracks and lube them without removing them. The best way to do it is to remove the tracks completely from the door, clean them out really nice, and then lube them up. You can do it kind of halfy without removing the windows. And I think I'm going to try that right now. The windows, both the front windows, they roll up sluggishly. I also have to, once the bulbs get here, put the climate control back together, put the center bezel back on. Like I said, put the cluster back in the dash and put that bezel back on. And I have to diagnose the sliding doors still. Neither one of them opens with the fob. It unlocks the door, which is a good sign. That means something's happening. But it does not unlatch the door, and it doesn't pull the door back. We're going to figure out why that is. I'm hoping it's the lock actuator, which my local parts lady says those things sell like hotcakes. There's common problems. So I'm going to go wash my hands real quick, and I'm going to put the cluster back in and the bezel back on, and then we'll start cleaning the windows. And I'll bring the camera into the cab and try to set it up in such a way that I can show that on the stream, what I'm doing. So, hand wash, and I'll be right back. Actually, Here's a question for you. Given a day where, like this, I'm still waiting for parts, there's no like hurry to get the job done or anything. The customer's not in a hurry to get the machine back. I can hold on to it for a couple of days. A day like this, where I'm kind of itching to go like play a game, right? Would it be better to run the automotive stream, do the automotive stream, do what I'm gonna do, you know, get all of that done, and then move to the desktop, the gaming machine, and seamlessly convert the stream without interruption into the gaming stream? Or would it be better to end the automotive stream and start a gaming stream as two separate entities? Because I could see the argument for both. One being, if you have viewers that are just like, we want to hang out and do what you do, we don't want to have to click on multiple things. If you're going to do cars and then go play a game, we don't want to have to like wait until you get the other stream up and running. Which I guess I don't have to do it that way. I could start up a second independent stream, be like, hey, this is the gaming stream, I'm going to end the other one right now, blah, blah, blah. But then I have to, like, it's back and forth, right? I have to go start the gaming stream on the PC, and come back out here, kill it on the garage laptop, and then go back in there and do the gaming PC thing. I don't know. I do not knows. I does not knowses. What am I doing? 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 I am doing the thing, actually. I'm doing the thing. What I am doing is I am getting me a number 2 Phillippe head screwdriver bit, sticking them in my Wiha bit driver, and we're going to go out to the van. Actually, we're not going to go out to the van quite yet. I'm going to find blue towels and window cleaner and my Shinetsu. That's what I'm going to find. So I'm not going back and forth, back and forth. We don't like the back and forth, back and forth. Did I put it inside? I'm gonna put it inside. Okay. Now, you want to know how to make your windows smoothie like silk, smoothie like a Brazilian. This stuff. This is Honda's solution to window track grease, and it is, I'm pretty sure it's a lithium grease. Silicone. And I took the sticker off of it, so I don't know what else is in it. But it's very, very good stuff. I need window cleaner. Window cleaner. Where is window cleaner? I looked in here, I didn't see it in here. Where is window cleaner? Huh. Got this stuff. Bottle. Rather have this spray. Guess a bottle will have to do. A bottle will have to do. I don't know where the spray went. I cannot find the spray. I've got the bottle. So I'll take the bottle out there. And the blue towel, which they've made these blue towels really, really poorly now. I don't know what the hell's going on with Scott's blue towels, but they're terrible. They're not nearly as good as they were 10 years ago. 10 years ago, they were nice and absorbent, and they were tough, and now they tear for no reason. You look at them funny and they tear. They can't handle petroleum, which they're fucking shop towels. That makes no sense whatsoever. Try not to blind you guys with the sun. Not sure that I'll have much of a choice. So, open door. Crook of arm. Pull the cable. For right now, I'm going to set you on the seat because I'm stupid. I forgot to bring the key so I could roll the window down. So, pardon me again. Gonna roll down both the front windows. And they seem to go down at a normal pace, but up. Well, I guess that one goes down pretty slow. Okay, now pick you guys up and put you in through the window. What's that joke? Intruder? In through the window? I don't remember. What's the joke? So far away from chat I can't even see it. So even if you said it, I couldn't see it. I can't see it. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do, first thing we're gonna do, see? The very first thing we're gonna do, see? Put you guys up here and like that. Looking at the cluster. We've got a turn on key and push brake, move shifter. What was the easy way to do this? This way, right? So I want to put them in there. Then I kind of want to turn the lights on. We can't see. Is there like a blanket in here? I don't think there's a blanket in here. Let me go grab my coat real quick. We're gonna discount double check, make sure these lights are all still turned on. I don't trust them. Grab the coat. Yep. All the lights are turned on, and I know for a fact the camera won't be able to see it. My eyes can barely see it, and they're animal eyeballs, which is much better than electronic computer. So, screwdriver. Get my little cup with my screws. Grab my screws. Put the screws in the thing. Bam. Hey guys, how should we design this cluster? Well, see, you gotta make it so you can't actually get the screwdriver straight in there. That's the correct way. The correct way. That is the correct way. And I'll come out here tonight and recheck the lights to make sure all this vibration of putting it back in didn't jiggle anything loose. And I'll probably pop the dash a few times, just thunka on it, so that we can make sure they're not just going to turn off driving down the road under normal average circumstances, they're really, really flaky. This design, really very quite much flaky, and I don't like it. But it be what it be. I don't remember how I got this thing out of here. I feel like squeezy. That's what I feel like. I feel like we squeezied it. Did we squeezy it? It's like, will this actually go in? It looks like it, don't it? How about that? But I didn't like the way it felt, so we're going to go back to the stubby. Stubby! Stubby! Stubby, stubby! Stubby, stubby! Stubby, stubby! Watch it now, watch it! Yeah. Never trust Chrysler's interiors. They are just terrible. They're so poorly designed and put together. It's not even funny. Chrysler interiors are worse than GM interiors, funnily enough. GM interior problems are because of quality. Just plain quality. Where's this other panel? Panel right here. What the? Ugh. Yeah, look at this. Little plastic body clip that... Ugh. And then these little grooves here, which are very, very thin and easy to damage. Putting it on is not a problem. It's the taking it off part that's the biggest problem. Shut up. Alright. Now let's wash these window tracks. Now look at that. Just like it tears for no reason. How can I... Where can I put you guys? Where can I put you that you could, like, see what I'm doing? This stupid thing. You don't be pulling my camera. Okay. Kind of like that. So we're going to take our rag. We're going to fold them up into a neat little rickety tangle. And we're going to get them wet. But in the best possible way. We're going to make them clean. And we're going to shove them in the window track there. Ew. Nasty. Gross, icky, gross, nasty. Ugh. Gross. Alright. Then we take about yay much. Run them in the track. This track sucks. Wonder the window can barely move in this damn thing. Should have taken just that. That should have been all it needed. But
track is very, very rigid. Does not allow the window to move very much in it at all. That is not how you want a window track. You want the window track to have a little bit of give in it. That is nowhere near enough. Okay, now I'm going to clean the front. Same thing, fold it up. Get it wet. Of course, this isn't going down into the door. How gross that is. That's gross. Just dirt. Normal wear and tear. Normal dirtiness. It's fine. Little tiny amount. You need the key. Move the window, dummy. Ding a 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 ding. Key on. Window up. I'm going to try to work them up and down a couple of times. Get the motor nice and warm. Yes. Exactly what I wanted you to do, Cable. I stuck you in there and tried to jam you in this area just so that you would fall and knock everything down. That's exactly right. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna do something sneaky. Shh, don't tell nobody. Work. I had my spray. It sprayed on the track without removing the door panel. I'm afraid to take these door panels off. I told her I was going to do it, but that was before I remembered. These door panels like to just fall apart for no reason. Tell you what. We'll pull apart this side. I should really do the passenger side instead. But we'll pull apart this side. And we'll see how it goes. If it goes okay, we'll do the passenger side tomorrow or something. There you go. Now they're using the same screws. These are all the same screws. The interior bits. Okay, and we pull the switch cover off. I don't even think you guys can see what I'm doing, can you? Oh. The switch panel will likely pop up from one side, then fold out of the other. Almost like that. Look at that connector. Look how terrible that is. Ugh. Of course, it's our little friend, the safety connector, which we have to push the little red thing. Disconnect that guy, shove him in there. We're going to need this in a minute because I'm pretty sure on these vehicles, nothing in the door will work without that switch. Okay, we're going to check around. So make sure there's no other screws. There was a screw. It is missing. Lovely. And once we get a corner, oops. Jeez. Yeah. I don't miss these. I don't miss these one bit. Is there? There's not really one in here, is there? I don't remember there being a screw down in these. Okay. Could just be poppy clips. Oh, hell. Full of damn muscle just pulling the door panel off. And these stupid plastic covers in the seats. No plastic cover on the side of any seat has ever been a good idea. Seats move too much. And this is the reason they fall apart. Because these clips, designed wrong. The holes were drilled too small, the clips were designed wrong. The door panel is 700 different pieces. I'm really wary of forcing this thing off of here without the body panel tools, because they like to fall apart. It was a Honda. Been off an hour ago. It had been off when I asked it nicely. But ever so polite about it. Chrysler, they're like, oh, let's put the clips a mile away from the edge of the plastic. Yeah, exactly like that. Chrysler. That one wasn't clipped, actually. Oh. When you're designing a door panel, put the clips at the edge so you're not just flexing plastic to get them off. Design 101, the basics. Also, don't put one at the top where you can break the door lock thing, getting it off. Well, the vapor barrier is still intact, not adhered to the door panel at all. Ugh. Yeah, look at that. Clip-in door, clip-in door, clip-in door. No clip-in door, no clip-in door, no clip-in door, no clip-in door. We're about 60% failure rate. Clips. And they're all broken, even. Way to go, Chrysler. You designed it wrong. You believe I have never broken a clip on a door panel on a Honda, pulling the door panel off. Not a single one. Chevys? Broken. Chryslers? Broken. Fords? Broken. There's designing it correctly, and there's not doing that thing that I said just there, then there. Oh. Really? Vapor barrier. Better days. I will say, this material is better than what Honda was using in the 90s. Oh, and it goes behind the speaker. Yeah, guys, great idea. I'm bitchy today, aren't I? Don't tear. We're not to tear. I'm not going to get it off without tearing it. In which case, I'm not going to get it off. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to roll the window up so I can reach in behind the barrier and clean it out. Ugh. Alright, so we're going to do that. Get us a rag. These rags suck. What the hell happened to quality and workmanship, man? What happened to taking pride in a job? And yeah, I worked on that. If I were these people, I wouldn't put my name on this. Oh, wait. Wait, what? It's not even a full track. Okay. The track only exists on the top half of the door. What we're going to do, we're going to wipe this area off. We're going to get the 3M spray adhesive. We're going to glue this guy back down to the door. We're going to put the door panel back on. We're going to wash our hands of the whole ordeal because it's the regulator. Hoping cleaning and lubing the track would give us a little bit more time out of that guy, but that is not the case. Just poorly designed, and I think the motor is underpowered for the size of the window. Not surprised me in the least. Okay. Glue this bad boy back down, shall we? Funny, because I'll be leaving the vapor barrier, actually, in better shape than when I found it. Cut it here, and overlap it, and get this edge to seal. A little bit of pusheroo for a second. Nope, perfect. It's actually better than where I found it. Alright. I'm going to try to get these broken clips out of here. This one is not fully broken, this one is not fully broken. But this one will not go back in the door, and this one will not go back in the door. So I'm going to try to get them all out, put the two in the back in the door. Dikes. Wow. The hole in the door has a plastic grommet to hold the... That's why they don't come out. This is dumb. Whoever designed these should be flogged. It just shatters. There's no way you designed this and you were like, yeah, this is great, this will work fine. There's no way. No way. It just shatters the moment you try to pull on it. Oh my God, Chrysler. Who in their right mind would say, yes, this is a good idea. We should put plastic in the door to hold these clips in place. Look, this one came out with the freaking... This makes me hurt in my brain. And the brain has no pain receptors. Oh. This is so absurdly poorly designed. No positive interface there. I'll let you know that it is connected correctly. Guess one good thing about Chrysler's doors, they don't need to have the window open to put them on. Oh my gee. Ugh. Why? Who? Why? Glad I don't have to do it to the other side. You know, I feel bad for these people. Like, I feel pity for them. Because it's like, they look at this thing that they have done, that they have made. And they're like, no, yeah, that's great. I made something that was good. It's like, no, guy. No, you didn't. Not even anywhere close to in the ballpark of the realm of the universe. You have not made anything good. Because if they didn't think it was good, they wouldn't be trying to sell it to other people. But this follows the old adage, fool and his money are soon parted. This equipment is exactly that. You bought it and you thought it good. Now this customer actually received this van for free. So, you can't really complain about it. I can though, because I'm the one that has to work on it. Well, there goes that idea. We got the cluster installed. Got all that back together. Got to wait for the bulbs for the center console piece, the climate control. I'm going to roll the window, the passenger side up, because it's going to be the regulator. It's not going to be clean the track, because the Hondas, they get tough. Clean the window track, you're done. I'm going to roll this down so I can get you guys threaded back through the window here, so I can close the window on the driver's side. And I think that's going to be it for the van today. Tomorrow, we're going to fill the engine oil, and we're going to fill the transmission, and then we're going to try to see if we can't diagnose. I guess it would help if I pulled the key out, wouldn't it? And to see if we can't diagnose the sliding doors, which I will do one at a time for obvious reasons. And I might end up going and getting replacement clips for this freaking door, because I don't like that at all. Not one bit. Me? Still trying to fold out my hands. Okay. Cable. Come over here, please. Okay. So, where we're at right now is there's nothing we can do about the front windows other than replace the regulators, which we can do. It's not a problem. She's not going to want to do it right now. I'll tell you that. The side doors, we have to diagnose tomorrow. The vibration, I have no idea. I don't even know how I'm going to diagnose it. Been thinking about that since I felt it the first time. I'm like, how do I even diagnose this? Because it only happens under wide open throttle. It doesn't do it when you're not moving. So you power brake it and you do it. Doesn't do it. It only does it when you're moving. So I guess the first step tomorrow will be to check the control arm. It's a brand new strut, brand new outer tie rod end. I could check that guy, see if maybe I didn't install it incorrectly. I doubt it. Check the lower ball joint. That's the only part in the front wheel suspension that I haven't really replaced. Take and grab onto the CV axle, see if there's play, see if it moves excessively. Do that. I want to say the passenger side CV axle looks like it's been replaced before. I'm not sure. I feel sorry for neighbor man. He just put up Halloween decorations, and he's doing Christmas stuff right now today. The past couple of days he's been doing Christmas stuff. I'm glad I am not interested in any of that. So glad. So much stuff that I just don't have to do. I don't have to deal with it. Money I don't have to spend. Work that I don't have to do that is superfluous. That is wholly and intentionally superfluous. I do think I want to get something to eat and then go start up Satisfactory. I also need to. So when I tried to upload the bug report to Miju Game, to YouTube, and sent the link to Miju Games, the upload failed for some reason. So it didn't actually get processed until the next day, which was, I guess, yesterday? Monday. I don't know. I lose track. So it's. I'll go and I guess open Planet Crafter and resubmit that bug report and tell them the link should work now. If you guys haven't gone and checked it out. Got like glue in this case. Doesn't matter. Yeah, tomorrow we'll be filling up the fluids and trying to check out at least one of the rear doors, see if we can't figure out what's going on. I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be the lock actuator, because there's going to be a switch inside there that tells the body control module whether or not the door is locked or unlocked, whichever way it sits. And if the computer doesn't know that, then it can't know what to do. So it just won't do it. Go grab a couple of cards. Actually, I have one right here. I will be right back. I'm going to go give a card down to the neighbor. They're outside right now, so I'm going to go give them a business card. Alright. Alright. There's only ever been one funny thing that man's ever said. I don't think it's YouTube appropriate. I mean, I have the sneaking suspicion that whatever goes on in streams is don't ask, don't tell. The things I've seen in streams outweigh the rudeness level of videos, I guess. I don't know. I don't quite know the way Google operates as of yet, so play it safe for the time being. Was that movie Fast Times at Ridgemont High? One funny line in that movie, and it's not even really funny, it's more creepy. Given the context of the movie, it's funny. What it is. It's contextually funny. It's not actually funny. So, yeah, I think I'm done on the car for tonight. So the question is, I'm gonna eat. It's gonna be about 30 minutes to an hour. After I eat, I'm going to get into Satisfactory. The question is, should I leave this stream running, or should I start a whole new stream just for Satisfactory? And then, I think I'll kill the stream and start a whole new one for Satisfactory, because that will make it easier, I would think, to make a video out of it. So I want to make a video. I might do 2 videos. One that's me exploring my existing save, and then I'll bomb the save at the end of that video, start a whole new video, like just end the recording, start a new recording, all in like right then and there. That way, because smaller files are easier to deal with in VideoPad, and I'm getting really fed up with VideoPad so much. But smaller files are easier to work with, obviously. So I'll probably make 2 videos tonight. One going through my existing save, figuring out if anything changed or not. And then right at the end of it, I'll be like, but every major update, I always start a new save. So, and I'll just video delete. I'll start a new save. I've also got to delete the co-op save that I started with my roommate a few months ago that he only ever played once with me, and then never again. And I've got to ride him like a rented mule. Get in and play Satisfactory with me. And maybe convince his girlfriend, my other roommate, to come and play. Every time I talk to her about it, she's like, I don't like it, it's just too complicated. And I'm like, complicated? You build a factory. It tells you the recipes. You go find the stuff for the recipes. If you need stuff made out of iron, you go get some iron and make the stuff. You run belts in and out. Done. Easy. But she prefers exploring. So what I might do is I might see if I can't contract her to go hunting for hard drives and power slugs. Wow. So wait until we get jetpacks and then invite her into the game. Be like, okay, here's what you're doing. Here's a jetpack. Here's a hover pack. Learn how to fancy figure to switch between them real quickly, which is always a fun thing to do. And I might come up with a better Hypertube terminal design than what I had. I might do a tree design instead. I might do trees and branches. So I might have major and minor hub. You have a major hub with no greater than some number of hypertubes, and then from there you have minor hubs that split you off to different. And if they're all on accelerators, the stop time between getting out and going to the right branch will not matter. But I figured out a good, simple way to make a break, so that's good. I think people are still using walls Oh, the poor pitiful mortals. But yeah, I think I will end this stream. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to end this stream. And in about an hour, I'll be back in playing some game. I think that's what we're going to do. Means I will see you folks either in the next one in about an hour or so, 30 minutes to an hour, however long it takes me to eat. Or I'll see you tomorrow when I'm back out here fluxing with the van. Which, it'll be a minute before I kill the stream. I gotta clean everything up. Or bring it inside. Not really clean it up. Just bring it inside. There we go, everything's inside. Okay. Now we're into history. So, I'll see you either in a few minutes or tomorrow. If tomorrow, have a good night, have a good morning, have a good day, have a good orange slush, have a good whichever, whatever, whatever. And I just closed the door, not bringing the Honda back in. It's like the third time I've done that. It's okay. Exercise is the door, right? Oh, not light. Not light, not light, not light. I'd like to know something about this bike. Not light. Okay, now we're ending the stream. And I will see you either in a little bit or tomorrow.